Go Free, second edition. Iteration 2 is now available. Very exciting stuff, folks. We'll be talking about it. Florida Library offering anti-heresy kits. What's going on with that? Portland statues of white men will not be returned over concerns of heresy. That's how white erasure works, folks. A rider with power headed towards sanity and the greatest moral crusade of our age, the defeat of Antiwhiteism. We'll talk about that as well. The Go Freeing lesson of the day: shame the hell out of anti-whites. We'll get into it, and you'll see why it's so important. Shame them for being anti-white. Now, your questions and calls over the course of the next 2 hours, and for all of those adult children with their parents or guardians, you know, autumn is here. And autumn is my favorite season. But my second favorite season is spring. I always get so excited, I wet my plants. And we are going free. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to you. It is 5 p.m. Washington, D.C., 7 a.m. in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. And we're making it happen in service to White Wellbeing. I just sat down, literally. But that's how things happen when you go to the conferences and you meet with people and you try. We'll talk about it. We'll see to all of that stuff. First thing we're going to do, though, is we're going to jump right over here and we're going to talk about our... You know, folks, you know what it is, the time for honors roll call. And we're going to start off with the all-stars of the honors roll call. And there we have at the very top, Afraid Yet Brave. And we also have here at the very top, White Healing. And we have the great Final Blossom and Joseph, a magnificent champion, of course. We'll go through these. Child of Lindbergh as well in the All-Stars portion of the honors roll call. And there we also find George J. is among them. And so is Obsidian among the All-Stars. And we continue here with James B., Tamara, Greg A., Promethean Reckoning, Tim, Casual Sailing, Ronald, Kat, Sarah Jackson, June, Hungarian Spectator, William, Andrew, Pete, Yaz, Jay, Jacqueline, Starshine Girl, Greg G, Rujash, Jim, Greg M, Thomas, Jason, Saiban, Omar, St. McFreeman, Keishi, Dainty Brighton, Inquipper, John, and continuing. Oh, you know, we do have one other in the All-Stars and a portion of the honors roll call, and that is Andrew. And continuing where we left off, W.K. Hendrickson, Liberty Battle, Jacked, Cockubek, Evillian, Scott M., as well as Mark and DevPav and Checking Jack and Chris, Obsidian over here as well, George, All-Star, Summarizing, Roscoe, Diane, Ben, and Wingit. And who else do we have here? We continue with Michigan Wave, DB Cooper, JP, and finally, we have Brad C., of course, and King Petrus. And who else? We didn't miss Child of Lindbergh earlier, did we? Child of Lindbergh and Save Western Civilization Now, Feral Rockford Trader, and Crux. Big round of raucous emojis for every single one of those financial gifters to White Wellbeing, to the work that I'm doing, financially gifting me and making this happen in service to White Wellbeing. And a big raucous round of applause to everybody who financially gifts, whether it happens on a monthly basis, automatically. For many of these people, I think for most of these people who financially gift on an automatic basis, they financially gift also over the course of the month, just of the spur of inspiration. And so an extra round of raucous emojis for those truly colossal champions in service to white well-being, and a round of raucous emojis for everybody who financially gifts over the course of the month, whether they call it folk tithing or they are just seeing it as they say, a spur of the moment, inspired by the success that we're having, finally doing something positive in this world for our people, changing the landscape. So many things to talk about today. If you have a question or comment, you can make it over on Entropy, which will be running in just several seconds now. And there it is. You may also financially gift over there on Entropy. The link is in the description below. When you make your questions over there, you put them in the question widget. We call it the Tall Kevin widget, affectionately, one of our great champions. And they don't disappear. You can vote on those questions. They only go away if you or I delete them. You can also make a comment over on YouTube. Tag me as No White Guilt. Tag me as No White Guilt over there on D Live and on Odysee. It's wonderful to see you all. You may also financially gift not only in that library LBRY or whatever they call it, tokens, the crypto tokens over there, but you may financially gift in cash. Make it more than $1 though, because the $1, it's an automatic thing. You could just click. They will take nearly half of the financial gift. So you might as well just piss it away. Or you may go over to Cash App, which is no cost. And the description for Cash App is there as well. Everyone financially gifting will have their comments or questions read, no matter what, even if I have to come back to them next week or later in the week. And that includes, though, I might have to change the verbiage a bit because you might write something insane. And we're not going to do that. But a big hello to everybody. Let's see who's here. There's the magnificent champion, Brent Danger. And Tom is here. He says, Jason rules. Damn right I do. And everybody saw that this weekend. What a magnificent weekend it was. A lot to learn. The great Anglo-America is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Great to see you. There's Chrissy. Hello to you. And Rory and Lucky is with us. Am I saying it different than last week? I have to make sure to always say it different. That might be actually the way you want to pronounce. Kingdom of Vinland is here. Hello to you. And so is our sweet dear lady, Carlisle Cockatoo. Hello, sweet sister. Great to see you. Promethean Healing is here. And Anan, No White Guilt, is the new version available on Amazon. It is indeed. This is, folks, the big celebration today, of course, is that second edition, iteration 2 of Go Free. I don't even have a copy myself yet. Is available on Amazon, but not as a Kindle version just yet. It'll be about another week or 2 weeks before it's available there on Kindle. And then we will be able to do the big test that I am told by everybody that we'll be able to just, whoever owns second edition iteration 1 will be able to just download iteration 2 at no cost to you. And that's exactly what we want to be able to do. Yes, I put it all together like that on the spur of the moment. I should get out on the streets and make that happen. I could go into one of those rap competitions. Could you imagine? I know what my name would be. Picture of me surrounded by a bunch of collies like Lassie. That would be perfect. Who else do we have here? Space Hopper is with us, and Lord Hendrickson. Great to see you, champion. And who else? Timmy, hello to you. Rune, are we telling all of our friends that we're here? Because I'm going to tell you what, I heard about a lot of things this weekend at this conference. The group is not, it's just less well-known kind of a group. And people get together, they mix ideas up. And let me tell you what, we are still the only ones who have an approach that is based in love, hope, and redemption. We are still the only ones who are not focused on hating or disliking other groups of mankind. We are still the only ones who have actually done significant things that the anti-whites, as a consequence of the tools that we implement, fall into our snares rather than our people falling into theirs. The only ones. And I know a lot of people don't like to hear that, but I'm afraid it's just the truth. I mean, it's like Brady. How many Super Bowls? He's going to have like 10 Super Bowls, and a lot of people hate him for that. too damn bad. You like or dislike the guy or his choices in life or statements he's made, you got to recognize success. And success is here, my friends. We have mainstream regime outlets that we have been hitting with our concepts of going free of the anti-white narrative, and they have been repeating them exactly as we had hoped. And it's been happening now for years, and it's picking up speed, and all things are set to conspire for our success. We need only to continue doing what we are doing and implementing the strategies that we find in iteration 2 of Go Free. We'll take it to the next level. And this, I can assure you, we'll continue down that path. The great First Last is here. He says, "You look great. I feel great." Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate it. Does the shirt look blue? It's actually not blue. Sometimes when I wear this shirt, people say, "Oh, I love the blue shirt." It's not. Can anybody guess? Maybe you have to play with the settings. I know that women can see color a little bit better than men. A lot of men are actually colorblind. And because we didn't have to be able to see color too great to be able to hunt things and bring them home, including the good-looking women. What Daw says, "No white guilt is pretty good." Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Hiling is here. Great to see you. Austin 316. Wonderful to see you. And good brother, great to see you. And then Lady Miss Coppertone, Anglo-Saxon, Eurosphere, John, Nationalist. Hey, look, you don't have to leave your old groups behind. You can continue doing what you're doing or whatever it might be, but you've got to start using the lexicon. You've got to start using the concepts that work. We have studied what the anti-whites have done. Not enemies, victimizers. They're victimizers. We don't have the power to do unto them as they do unto us. For example, shut them off of all of the major platforms, as they are able and have been doing to us. So they are our victimizers. The great Raymond is here. Wonderful to see you. I had some very wonderful people approach me this weekend. And oddly enough, the most intelligent and some of them also, their educations, the best educations present. And they came up and expressed extreme admiration and surprise those who had never heard of Going Free before. And were very interested in, and I had very little time to speak. And that was what we were able to do with some of the very best. And, you know, isn't that an interesting thing? We always seem to draw the very best from every single group that's out there. You know, whether it's somebody who was formerly playing a villain or somebody who was a conservative or somebody who was a MAGA person or an America First person or whatever it might be, we draw the very best. Why? Why is it that we draw the very best? Because the moral struggle of our age is against anti-whiteism. The moral battle of our age is to end anti-whiteism. That is why we bring the very best. That is why non-white people come over and are able to participate with us, because it calls heroes from all groups of mankind. It summons them to come forward and attack that which is destroying the world. Immoral anti-whiteism through and through. All of these other endeavors have baggage galore, and you get wrapped up in it subconsciously, consciously, and it is hard to recover. And many can speak to that reality. Ursa Major is with us. Wonderful to see you. A lot of flying, a lot of airplanes. The great biospirit of the West is here. I guess that means they got a lot of radiation because we're closer, less atmosphere between me and the sun. And well, though, it's worth it. And a lot of flights, they were mostly okay. But it's interesting, of course, how the country is changing. Still wonderful people out there, many wonderful people, of course, of all immutable characteristics. But changing the country is in a way that's not too wonderful for those who have their biospirit getting white erased from the civilization that our ancestors built. But a couple of airplanes was on an airplane that the air conditioning wasn't working. Can you imagine this? This I was not like flying in some sort of flying a normal flight. I didn't like find some sort of a Cessna and climb onto the undercarriage or the landing gear or something and hold on for the flight. No, if I had done that, then I guess I would have been complaining to no one, because the fact that the peanuts didn't come and I'm hanging onto the wheels of the aircraft makes sense. But no, the air conditioning wasn't working. So you know what they did? They actually opened from 2 times. The second time they left it open for a long time. Some sort of vent to allow the external air in. And even then, it didn't come into the cabin. I don't know what they were cooling off. Maybe the luggage segment, or maybe some other critical machinery on the airplane. Isn't that a nice thought? And it roared. As you can imagine, when you're going several hundred miles an hour, you just have to open a vent just a little bit to roar. But what was great was the flight attendant. She was a little bit of an older woman, white woman. She was poker faced perfectly. I mean, I could tell though. I could tell she stern face. I'm not going to look around. I've not been trained. They probably hit them with cattle prods or whatever it is when they blare scary sounds at them. And if they flinch, they shock them. I don't know what it is. Probably not. They do wonderful things there. Don't look at that as a conspiracy theory when they train flight attendants. Wonderful people, of course, all of them, especially the biggest, cruelest, vicious ones. Those are the best. And so she was just stern. Nothing was getting through her. And then after we landed, I heard her say, I think everybody heard her say to the pilots as soon as they opened the door, "My God, what was that?" I thought, well, everybody looked around the plane, and I was like, well, people seem to be taking this okay. This is not a normal noise that's happening right now. You know, you roll your window down at 80 miles an hour. That's like times five. It's pretty loud. Anyhow, it reminds me of a joke a guy, a stand-up comedian said. He said he was on an airplane. They took off from Vegas, and the guy that he was sitting beside on the airplane was very nervous. I guess is it an aviophobe or aviatophobe? Which is it, aviophobe? Scared of a phobia of flying, actually. So not just scared, but actually phobia. And this guy was just at him. He's like saying, I'm really afraid of flying. And you think we're going to make it? Do you think there'll be any turbulence? Do you think there'll be anything wrong with the flight? How often do flights crash? And so the stand-up comedian is getting a little irritated because he's claimed to be hungover. It's early in the morning. I'd been up late doing this stand-up routine. And as they're flying, one of the engines decides it's going to have some malfunction. So the pilot comes over, the PA, and he says, folks, the engine is having a bit of a problem, and we're going to have to turn around and go back to the airport. We will be shutting off that engine, so you won't hear that noise anymore, but it'll be fine. We'll make it back. And they turn around, and of course, the guy who is fearful of flying, he turns to the comedian and says, oh, my God, how far do you think we can go on one engine? And the comedian turned to him and said, about as far as the crash site. I believe that story. I believe it. Eurosphere, hello again to you. And Mr. Fookers is here. Why don't we get to some of these? Stories so we can get underway? And can you believe it? Florida Library offering anti-heresy kits. Anti-heresy kits. Let's read into this. I haven't actually even skimmed it, so I'm interested though. Let's find out together. A Florida library. Does anybody remember the Jerky Boys? The people who used to do the crank calls. I actually received the black market tapes before it was ever made into CDs and everything. They filtered their way down to Washington D.C. and they were being sold like on the black market. And yes, it was cassettes. Yes. And so it was very interesting. They were very funny though. But they had the one call where and I always think of this, not always, but some of the time when I'm thinking about Florida, when he calls up and he's I don't know, was a friend of theirs or something. He's like, Florida. And he's asking, you'll have to go back and listen to it. It's actually too crude to say on such a family show. Daytona Beach, Florida, a Florida library is offering and of course they're using the anti-white slur racism. We never use that concept. Anti-racism kits, anti-heresy kits, in hopes of making it easier to broach difficult conversations about race in a meaningful way. We are full on psychological warfare, and we have been for a long time. But it seems like it never ends and it never ceases to amaze. But it is wonderful that anti-whites do this sort of thing, folks, because it makes it much easier to talk to our brothers and sisters. However, having said that, speaking to the vagues out there, having said that, you don't want to be in a situation where you're just taking this doom to them endlessly, that doom this and doom that, because that is going to just depress them. That is going to make them want to surrender. That might even make them suffer from bibs. Do you all know what bibs is? Do you remember bibs? The great Groundhog Fury not only improved upon the original concept, but then he made a little bit of a, there you have it. That's bibs. Grown men, I guess, and women shouldn't have bibs. Biden-induced bipolar syndrome. Help your friends recover from that, folks. I saw a lot of people suffering from bibs this weekend. Don't let your friends suffer from bibs. That's the moral of that story. But you don't want to bring them endless stories about how things are bad. What you want to do is you want to talk to them. You want to bring these things up, like this story about Florida Library offering anti-heresy kits. And first, to get their attention, you would say anti-racism. They'll recognize that. And then you can get into the use sort of flippantly of it being heresy to Antiwhiteism. That way you'll be able to introduce the concept Antiwhiteism while you're speaking with them. They'll then see also or they'll be affected by the hidden premises, the unspoken premises, by referring to it as heresy to Antiwhiteism. We don't have time to get into all of that. Suffice it to say that it is like bringing a minigun, which for those out there who don't know what a minigun is, it's not a little tiny gun. It's actually a gun that shoots upwards of 8,000 rounds a minute. It's like bringing a minigun to a rock, paper, scissors fight. Volusia Public Library made the kits available for checkout on Friday. For checkout. Oh, they're just handing them out. It's like Halloween. I guess it is sort of horrible and harrowing. Each kit centers a discussion around a book. Well, we just heard centers in Arizona, didn't we? Just the other day, the anti-white non-whites were screaming that the school centers white. That means that they haven't been white erased yet. Now, let me ask you all, how many of you all think that you're going to see, that you see these anti-whites now are using this centers increasingly? How much do you want to bet that people in our sphere are going to start using, and the white sympathetic sphere, not necessarily white positive by any stretch of the imagination, but even some of them as well, those who are going free are not going to make this error. But so there'll be some who are white positive but not going free. They'll make the error. There are certainly those who are white sympathetic. They're going to make the error like crazy. How much do you want to bet we're going to see it? And maybe you all can start sharing when you see it. They'll start saying centering. They'll start talking about being centered, and they'll pick it up like this. Whereas they complain, oh, he has concepts. We can't learn. It's so weird. It's so cultish to learn a concept. But then I just happily pick them up when the anti-whites give them to me, like a little panting dog sitting at the feet of the anti-whites, just tongue lolling out, saliva dripping to the floor. What new concept for my destruction do you have for me, anti-white overlords? That's how pathetic they are. That is how pathetic they are. Each kit centers a discussion around a book and is geared for different age groups, from kindergarten to adults. Remember when we used to call targeting children like that child abuse? Remember that? It used to be called that. The library received a $3,000 grant from insane anti-whites called the Florida Humanities to launch the project. Quote, I think that the staff are hoping to see is civil. I think what the staff are hoping to see is civil discourse. Isn't they always say that? We just want to see a conversation. Remember when they said that back? Eric Holder said that back during Obama. Actually, I don't like doing that. People who bring you doom documenting and doom dissecting, they like to always bring you the names of the people and the times and the years that it happened, because you then end up erroneously thinking, boy, that person is smart. They're smart. Well, that's what smart looks like to a stupid person. Smart is when you have victory. Smart is when you overcome the opposition. That's what smart is. And then the people who look smart to the stupid people become very jealous of their places in the limelight, and they do all they can to keep everybody else out of the center. Let's continue. Oh, you love how I put that together. Thinking circles around everybody out there. They want to start a conversation. Well, of course, what is it that they really want to do? They want to talk about anti-whiteism. They want to talk about white guilting you. That's what starting a conversation is all about. We will happily talk to them about anti-whiteism. We will happily talk about, and we'll get to it in the Go Free lesson of the day, about how no one should be anti-white, how repulsive it is, how disgusting and immoral it is. This is what the librarian said. Melissa Reynolds told the Daytona Beach News Journal. I imagine I've been to Daytona one time. A lot of drinking, a lot of people going and doing things in groups that shouldn't be done in groups. I wonder if Melissa is one of those. Reynolds rolling around. That's old Melissa Reynolds rolling around in the sheets. Yeah, they remember her. Well, she's gotten off the sheets and gotten over to her, at least her iPhone, and she's like busily typing with her thumbs probably she's busy with her hands, so typing with her big toes while she's rolling around in the sheets down there in Daytona. Looks like, actually, you know what? They're not going to give me access to any more of the story. Isn't that nice of them? This is the Associated Press. This is how they work. You know what it is? They just don't want us to read more of Melissa Reynolds and what she has to say, because she's going to end up including something quite foul from Daytona. Lovely beach, though. Lovely beach. A lot of attractive people. Destroyed Portland statues of founding fathers should not be returned over concerns of heresy, according to a commission. So, of course, they're using racism. You will use heresy to anti-whiteism if you want to live. So here we have a statue of a founding father, and other famous political figures might not be going back up anytime soon. Really? What a surprise. Yeah, they have this statue. It's pulled down on its side. I don't know who it was. It's clearly a white guy. It's like absolutely defaced. It's been ripped off the pedestal. I'm sure it is damaged. And I don't see any anti-whites squishing out from underneath of it, but that could just be the angle. The organization is charged. Well, I mean, they do that on purpose so they can drag it more easily along the pavement. We got to do something. The statues of founding fathers and other famous political figures might not be going back up anytime soon in Portland, Oregon. The organization in charge of public art in Portland endorsed a recommendation on Wednesday that the statues of historical figures that were vandalized and toppled during the 2020 George Floyd protests should not be returned, given their insensitive nature. So, insensitive nature. White people. Remember, they're not attacking racism. They're not attacking white supremacy. They're not attacking anything other than white people. That's what it always comes down to. What were the two boys? Who were they? What were they doing in Arizona State University? They were being white. That was the crime that they were committing. And you saw, because they didn't hear from us, how they could respond, which was pathetic. How would they respond if they had listened to people playing the antagonist in the story? That video right there, if in that library those anti-whites had gone up to those two young white men, and those two young white men with the police matter or blue, what is it? It was police matter, right? And then the other guy says didn't vote for Biden on his shirt. What if they had gone up to them and had their phones out and they said, this is disgusting, you are, and then they use the R word and etc. And then they responded the way that the villains would have them respond. That video would have gone around planet Earth to our detriment. That video would have been used as proof of the anti-white narrative that white people are evil, that all they want to do is liquefy non-white people, etc. So do we still go down this path? I think not. A lot of people are suffering bibs, though. So be on the lookout. We are the physicians, and they are the patients. We love them. We want them to do the right thing. Come on over, folks. Don't be dumb. The organization in charge. Okay, so that was the Georgia. Where's the organization name, though? It just says it. George Floyd protests, and this other thing of just this endlessly mocking this person, not exactly going to win over the ordinary vague out there, brother and sister. So stop being idiotic. The toppled and removed monuments of Abraham Lincoln. George Washington. So what's the crime? What's the connection there? Theodore Roosevelt, Rough Rider Harvey Scott, and Promised Land will not be returned, as they could become, quote, gatherings centered on racist or bigoted ideology, according to the statement. So in the country's narrative, since they had to make the war for Southern independence about something moral rather than preventing Europe from using New Orleans as the port to the West, and therefore the Confederacy growing and the United States stagnating and being a money issue, since they had to make it about something moral, which absolutely is moral, to end human slavery, disgusting practice, and should not have been. Looking back, it's easy to say, I know, but disgusting practice looking back, and we understand where people were at that time, though, because people had practiced slavery all the way up until Western kind put an end to it. But check with CNN, of course, about who put an end to it. I'm sure Eskimos did or something. They'll tell you. But they've been teaching people forever now that Abraham Lincoln was the big savior when he gave that speech freeing slaves in states in another country, but not freeing the slaves in his country, and not putting an end to the laws that allowed things like flogging of black people when they weren't in possession in the United States of a white person. But he did do what King George did, and he did attempt to free the slaves in a country he did not control. And so they've been telling school children for a very long time that he freed the slaves, and he's this great champion of non-whites, particularly, of course, blacks. And so what happens now with the anti-whites today? All of our predictions come true like dominoes, one right after the other. And I've said it before, folks, and I'll continue to say it. Sometimes people don't have any belief or faith because they don't see anything coming to fruition. Others have a hard time believing and having faith because they see so much. So recognize if in yourself you're seeing so much success here in service to going free that you simply are finding it hard to believe. And if that's you, then that is a moment for introspection. You need to look into the mirror and ask why. What is inside of you that's stopping you from moving forward with a practice that's very simple, it's very normal, there's nothing arcane, there's nothing mysterious. Everything we talk about in Go Free Second Edition Iteration 2 that is now available in print form, and you will also, I'll have it up on the store. If you, by the way, just let me say, if you go to NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com, NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com, and you acquire Go Free, even though it doesn't say Iteration 2 there, you will receive Iteration 2. So keep that in mind, that you might have something inside of you, some sort of emotional block that is preventing you from implementing in your own life and in the lives of those friends, family, and strangers what you can see all around you succeeding. And if it's jealousy, then get a therapist. Whatever it might be, get help and make sure that you make it here in time, because once the door closes on this party, once the train rolls down the track and you can hear the music on the horizon as we chug away toward the western sunrise, those who are left behind are those who are going to be eaten alive by the anti-whites. The policy change reflects the mission, values, and vision of the Regional Arts and Culture Council Board of Directors and the city's importance of anti-racism, anti-heresy, according to the RACC. Oh, okay, that's RACC. So you see, as I was saying, even Abraham Lincoln pulled down exactly as we said would happen. Of course, we saw Columbus coming down exactly as we explained would happen. These are effigies. They are hanging them in lieu of us. They are drowning them in lieu of us. They are beating them in lieu of us. They are disfiguring them in lieu of us. We don't have forever. We don't have forever for people to hem and haw and look about where are they going to move and how can they hide somewhere. Now, I'm not talking about staying in a bad place. If you're in a really bad area, get to a good area so that you can continue the service to white well-being. That's going to be more important. You can't, if you live in an area where you are incessantly afraid that you are about to be murdered by anti-whites, then you're not going to be able to do much good for yourself or others. What I'm talking about are these plans of cravens to go and hide and start little communities. And God, I heard it this weekend. Have mercy on all their souls. Have mercy on all their souls. I felt like the Pope moving through them and just seeing the wayward and misbegotten and misled and misruled and benighted. And they were all lying upon the floor. Not all. There were some angels there, rest assured, some good people. Love most of them. The updated policy states that public artworks can be removed if the subject or impact of an artwork is significantly at odds with values of anti-racism, anti-heresy, equity, inclusion. Wow. Equity. Remember what they mean by equity. That means white people have to be pulled down so that and discriminated against, persecuted, so that non-whites can have more, so that non-whites can do. And remember, this is not about loving non-white people. I want non-white people to have fabulous success in their life. I want them to do it fairly. I want them to go out and many of them do go out and they study and work hard. And I personally know lots of non-white people who have studied and worked hard, and they have what they have because they worked for it. I guess I don't know that for every single one, that none of them used any of the benefits at my expense. I guess that's another truth that I have to mention. But nonetheless, I want them to have wonderful lives, and they are nonetheless used, and so are other so-called victim groups, these anti-white victim groups of people of all immutable characteristics, and white not least in a lot of these other groups. And they use these as tools to victimize Western kind. And so equity is a prime example of that. And remember, we talked about equity in healthcare. How did they achieve equity in grades? How did they achieve equity in employment? And when it comes to healthcare, it's going to be the same methods. And that is something that is horrifying and yet should stimulate you, as it stimulates the best of us, to get active and to start doing what works. So once again, can you be anti-white? Can you be white and anti-white enough? Apparently not. Who is white and who has been, who's had more history spoken of more often as a great champion of, and used as an excuse to victimize Western kind? Who more than Abraham Lincoln? The only founding father they put in a chair in statue form, of course. It could be his corpse. They could have stuck his corpse in a chair somewhere, but that would be macabre. But they put him in a chair, sitting like a tyrant, sitting like a crowned king or something of this nature. All the other founding fathers are standing, and he is in a throne. No one. There is no white person that white people and non-white people have heard more about and used by anti-whites more often as an excuse to victimize by way of what? White guilting white people. You had slaves. Well, yeah, I know you're 7 and you didn't actually have slaves, but you are going to suffer like you did. No one more than Abraham Lincoln. And here you have the anti-whites today saying, not even him, not anti-white enough. Explain it that way to your friends, family, and strangers. Use the key concepts: anti-white, anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative, Western kind, white erasure, and start going free. Learn some more of the concepts. I know you can do it. I know you can, because you're about to learn centered, aren't you? Just wait until all these faux philosophers in the white sympathetic sphere start talking about they center this and they center. Just wait. You'll hear it. But they can't learn what we teach. All right. So what else do they have to say here? We're going to move right along. The statues will remain in the city's public art collection underground, though it has yet to be determined whether they will stay in the collection, the RACC said. So my little prediction there that they'll be underground is maybe just not even as far as they intend to go. Maybe, I mean, could you imagine, might they set them aside? I'm going to ask this question and right before we move on here and keep rolling in this today's gathering, which is glorious because, my God, the second edition of Going Free iteration 2 is now available, and we could not be more excited about that. I know we have that little commercial for it. We'll have to go to that in just a moment. But let me jump back a minute. Would it be impossible? Would it be unlikely? Or how likely is it that anti-whites are going to say to themselves, you know what? We could melt these things down where they are of materials that can be melted down. We could crush them into pieces today, or we could save them so that in 10 years, we can have these public ritualistic destructions of the statues. Is that possible? I think it is. It's time to go free. That is the magnificent Luke Mason, ladies and gentlemen. Get this guy a big round of raucous emojis for the great work that he's doing in service to white well-being.
They are not opposing white supremacy. They are not opposing white nationalism. They are not opposing white separatism. They are opposing white identity. They are opposing white people.
Damn, it feels so good to be so right and look so good while you're doing it. Love you, every one of you. And every one of you looks marvelous tonight. I can see you. You think I can't, but I can. And you look fantastic. It's great to see everybody over there on D Live. I see over there, Board Chirol, hello to you. Space Hopper is with us over there as well. And welcome, welcome. I'm just taking a quick look over there. Cradle to Grave Bear. Well, hello and welcome to you. And Jack BF is here. Great to see you as well. The community is here. The community is growing. Those who are practicing going free are getting better, stronger, faster, smarter than ever before. And there is nothing in the world that can stop us. Let me take a quick look over here at Odysee. And what do we have here? Is this from today? I don't know. Are we having any new comments over there today or not? I do want to say a big thank you because I didn't see this when it came in, whether it was today or some other. I guess it was the last going free. Willie writes, great to see you again, brother. I admire your willpower and dedication to making these videos and keep fishing men. He gives 50 library tokens. Thank you very much. And we also have a library token from El Ronder. Says he was amazed by Carlin criticizing us for using Antiwhiteism to describe the reality of what CRT is. Instead of using the word our victimizers gave themselves to misguide and hide their true intentions. But in her last video, several times, often in the same sentence, she used the word anti-Semitism to smear us. Well, yes. More than, thank you very much, brother. More than a few people have noticed that about that sweet, gentle, delicate soul, Karlin Borshenko, that she absolutely is. She says, no, there will be no anti-whiteism, but there is anti-Semitism. And you white people can be clubbed to death with it like baby seals. Who else? We have the great Yiz the Eunuch here, and I didn't even have a big hello to you, Yiz, a great champion. I didn't even have, but I'm going to read. I think, can I read the email you sent? You can tell me right now. Please tag me in the live stream so I know. Can I read the email? I saw the email. I was, going from point A to point B, having so much fun doing that. And among the thronging masses of Western civilization these days, and the ants, like ants in the kitty litter, as the anti-white oligarchs just look down at us, but are now finally afraid because they can feel those towers trembling as our work continues to circle the globe. White roses, folks, white roses of success. Southern Bloom is here. Picking is here. And Tyrone, hello to you. Welcome, welcome, everyone and all. Eric is here. Lord Hendrickson says, no white guilt. Americans will literally eat cheese wrapped in bacon, dumped in grease, while sipping a gallon of Coke with an ice cream ball in it. But for some reason, not a healthy frog made by God. Well, isn't that curious that they don't do that? There's the great Fornal is with us. Hello and welcome, brother. Masumi Rabbit is with us, a great artist. He and Naderific working together. I was thinking, I was on the plane, one of the planes that I had to be on, and I was thinking, oh, there's this person, and there's this person, and there's this person, and there's this person. All these folks doing wonderful things that I have to write their names down as they come by, and I can make sure then to celebrate everyone. No one is going to miss their time on the stage and celebrated if they're doing good work in service to white well-being. We try to make sure everybody is recognized for their hard work. Machiavellius Socks and Chrissy Sebastian, Art Acrobats. Bryce as well, hello to you. And we have Reptile is with us. Wonderful to see you, good brother. And who else do we have here? Jimbo. Hello, Jimbo. Just scrolling through. Jonash is with us. He says, ahoy, watching from the beginning on second speed. Nothing like watching Jason on 2 times speed. And that just sounded like I was a drug addict. Things can happen. Things can happen sometimes, especially when you're live. All right. And bass guitars, so is Elaine Sabatino is with us. And James, hello to you and welcome. Folks, let everybody know while we're live that we are live, because we're not going to be live today for as long as we have been in earlier days. Raymond Foster is with us. Great to see you, brother. Greek American man. Hello. And let's see. The great Brad C is with us. Hello, brother. So is fit and healthy at any age. Have you seen the French personality who's potentially entering the presidential election? Writes Lucky. Eric Zemmour. He sees the erasure of our people. Really? Does he? Although more sympathetic than positive. What do you mean by that? Tag me, brother, and follow. What do you mean that it's more sympathetic than positive? You mean like it's more passive than positive, or more, like sympathetic sphere, as in he's not looking at it from our point of view, our victimization. He's just looking out at others and saying what all of the others are doing wrong. I see what you're saying. Okay. Well, maybe we can get to him and we can help him. We can redeem him to a place of love where his work can have value. And you can finally, for the first time in his life, see that what he's doing is a work of love and instead of a work of hate. El Dragon is with us. It's like that movie, Enter the Dragon. What young guy didn't like that? All right. Spinning around here very quickly. Oh, he says, Lockie says, he says replacement. Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Isn't it amazing, once again, that all these people in the white sympathetic sphere, they've got no problem picking up what the anti-whites want to call things. No problem. It's just pick it right up. You have a concept over there? What are you, some kind of cult? Everybody's saying the same thing. That doesn't happen anywhere else, except always. He's a French. He's a puppy who opposes our replacement and is ranking high in the polls for the presidential one. He's very educated, and Lord Hendrickson likes him. Well, I guess he's if he's not talking about Western kind, then I guess he's worried about his people, and that's understandable that he would suddenly get nervous about that. But we need to reclaim our destiny so that others don't come in, and then we see a slew of our brothers and sisters going to support some endeavor that in some tangential way will benefit them, but at the same time continues to enshrine others and keep in place the anti-white narrative. That has got to come to its end. No, erasure. Ian is asking whether displacement is better than replacement. Erasure is better. Say white erasure. Use those words together. White erasure. Everybody, trust me, I've used it 1,000+ times. White erasure. White people are like, white erasure? So we have to see things we have to see ourselves as a people. We have to see ourselves as a people. We have to engender this in those with whom we speak. So that's why these concepts are so important. Replacement is always good in people's minds. When do you get a replacement? When something has gone bad. You get a replacement tire. You get a replacement refrigerator. You get a replacement. So it's the same thing. And the same thing with great. We use great all the time in the current context for things that are contemporary as things that are good. You would never say that if you were in a political race and your opponent got 100 votes for every one you got, you would never say that he had a great victory. He had a great victory. That just makes no sense. So yeah, certainly a great has another definition that elicits other ideas and thoughts. So replacement. What's the other one? The reset. A reset is also something good. Please, I mean, good God, how dumb do these folks have to be to continue using the concepts that undermine them? This is how it's a 200 IQ level of control. And I know you all are going to have, because we here are the best of the best, the creme de la creme. And so you're gonna have issues. You're gonna talk to people out there, and it's gonna be like talking to mules or roaches, or they're just gonna or cavemen. It's gonna be hard for them to get, but you just have to keep pushing it, because they need it to save themselves and our people. White erasure. That is what's happening. And when it's biological white erasure. All right, let's see what else we have here. Coconut is with us. Hello, sister. Heidi is with us. Mr. Fookers has added that displacement implies we'll still be around. Yeah, precise. It not only does it imply that we'll still be around somewhere. And this, did you hear this on another stream? Or were you there and we're just brilliant minds think alike? That's probably what it is. And yeah, it definitely means that we'll still be somewhere. And it just might not be in that town. It might not be in that state. It might not be in that region. It might not be. But the more important thing here is that our people who have a predisposition, a biological disposition, a genetic disposition to individualism, need to learn to think about their well-being and welfare by way of our group's welfare. They need to understand that they are individually attacked because the group is attacked. They need to begin making those linkages. So therefore, the thought chain then is that if the group gets better, I get better. If the group gets better, my family gets better. My children do better. So that's why you say white erasure. It's our people being erased. It's our people being biologically erased. But very good. Thank you all. Let's have a quick look over at Cash App. We will refresh that and see if anybody has rolled in over there yet. And while that, nope, it looks blank. Good. We didn't miss anybody. We'll jump over here to Entropy. And whoa, Yiz is ranking high over here on Entropy. We'll be getting to the Go Free lesson of the day very shortly and talk a little about that and a little bit about this conference I went to, the wonderful souls, and some of them assholes. And we will then get on to a Baldor and a question from the outreach team. Yiz, the eunuch, financially gifting $5. Thank you so much, dear sister. She writes, folk tithe, just to celebrate this great community and personally thank Jason for his Go Free book. God bless you, sister. That's a wonderful testimonial. She goes on, he has given me what I needed to not give up and actually make a difference in the battle against anti-white oppression. Let's all go free together. And then a white heart emoji. That's a lady who is kipping for sure. God bless you for that, Yiz. And she comes back again. That was $5 with a $3 financial gift. And you need to know, folks, you need to understand that we talk about Yiz as like a force of nature. So many folks are just like these big names, Naturific, for example, and the Nathaniel, forces of nature, making it happen. Yiz has been out. She's out there all the time. She's talking to different groups. She's mingling with different groups of people, and she has looked in every nook and cranny, under every stone, behind every pew, and she has not found what builds meaning for her life and her desires to do good in the world, to answer that call that she knows is there and that is meant for her to do something really magical in the world. And she found it finally in going free. Not only did she find something that made sense, that worked, that made a difference in her life, the way she felt about herself, but it's working everywhere she goes into. I mean, how many success stories do we have to share of this champion? You all need to strive. I need to strive to be more like Yiz, the eunuch. $3 financial gift here. She writes, in regards to lexicon usage from earlier, out of hundreds of personal engagements, I've never once had to stop and explain the terms anti-white or anti-whiteism. Please just get it. So use the terms, exclamation point. I wish I could have had Yiz with me when I was speaking at this conference. I'm going to read this again. In regards to the lexicon usage from earlier, and I'm reading this because there are a few people who were there, some of them who averted their eyes when I looked at them while I was speaking. You know who you are. And they've been speaking negatively about, oh, he's got concepts. He's got concepts that the anti-whites haven't approved of. So it can't be used. She says, out of hundreds of personal engagements, I've never once had to stop and explain the terms anti-white or anti-whiteism. My God. Yes, exactly. Thank you for saying that. She says, please just get it, so use the term. Or people just get it, so use the term. Precisely. Folks get it. They know right away. If you act like it's, and by the way, those words are in older dictionaries, and we have found them in several older dictionaries. The anti-whites have plucked them out so that you don't have what you need to be able to think about your own defense. But now you do. You're welcome. Thank you very much, Yiz. $3 financial gift. TJ, let's get those raucous emojis out, folks. Break them out. TJ, $25 financial gift. Thank you, brother. He writes, hello to white positive people all over the world from Sweden. Yes, another one of our glorious countries. And I love Sweden. My country. All of the Western countries are my country, just like they're your country. If you're a Westman, they're all yours. Talk about them as though they are yours, because they are yours. It comes from that biospirit that we all share. Thank you so much, TJ. That is a great point. A big hello and heartfelt hello back from the once great state of Virginia. Yiz back with another $3 financial gift. And let's get Yiz a round of raucous emojis, because we're going to be reading in just one moment from another one of her successes. And I think I have the video pulled up, and I will play, I guess it's a couple seconds of it. $3 financial gift from Yiz. She writes, except for the email with the private testimonial video about the super chat, you can read, share, show the other emails I sent. Well, the most recent email, sister, is the one that I was talking about. I haven't even seen the other ones yet. I know you have some other successes. Isn't this crazy that you have somebody who's really active in Yiz, and so many others? Fernal will tell you about his successes. Nathaniel, Naderific, I mean, Baldur, so many others will tell you about their successes. Lovely Porridge, on and on. Traditional Mind. When you go out, these people are going out into the world, like, back to Kung Fu Theater, and they have the tools that succeed for our people because they have answered the call of the challenge of our age. And that is to put an end to anti-whiteism, the moral challenge of our age. And they're going out there and succeeding. And I will tell you, I am so heartened that we have built, and this community continues to grow because there are no others. There simply are no others. I have been a student of human nature. I have been a student of the white sympathetic sphere. I've been a student of the strategies and the psychology in service to objectives of white sympathetic objectives. And I've been doing it for nearly 3 decades. And I can tell you, we are the victors. We are the ones who succeed, and we're going to continue. And I got no problem bragging about it. Too bad if you're feeling upset about it, then here's a quarter. Go tell somebody who cares. All right, we will swivel around here, and I will go ahead and, well, yes, can you jump into the question widget? Is it the most recent email that I can read with the academic agent? Jump into the question widget. Don't financially gift again, sister. The question widget. And thank you so very much for all of your service to White Wellbeing. I'll take a quick look here, and this is awesome. Thank you all for jumping in with the emojis, doing what's right for our people. No, there's no one person, there's no rostrum where one person stands or sits on a throne. We are all shoulder to shoulder, and we celebrate one another. Masumi Rabbit says another way of saying it would be a person could only be replaced by someone with the same biospirit, since these people don't have the same as ours. It's erasure. Well said, brother. Try it out with some friends, family, and strangers. And when I say that, I'm not just throwing words. This is what I do. This is how I've figured out, by applying the scientific method. You have to try it on all of these different groups: friends, family, and strangers. They're all going to see you differently. That's important. I hope people haven't been missing that when I've been saying it. You try these out in all of these different areas, and then you get the feedback, and then you analyze the data. Art is Life is with us. Hello. And let's see. I know I said hello to Ian, but the screen just jumped naturally as I was looking here. So we will then turn around here, and we will wait until I hear from the most recent one about academic agents speaking about whites and using the lexicon is perfect. I had hoped you would share. Yes. All right. I will take a look at the others for next Going Free, which might be a roll-in or next Sunday. Can you believe it? She's got so many successes. She's like overflowing. The cup overfloweth with success. What a different world that is. I have to say, I would, in the past, I would have been so just melancholic as so many are. You have these conferences, downtrodden as they are, they come away and well, if they're honest with themselves, that's the big thing, the big difference. Because what a lot of folks do is they lie to themselves. They'll think this will do it. This is going to happen. We'll find a way, or they have some kind of rehashing of something that's already been done, and then they lie to themselves a little bit. But I don't ever lie to myself. And especially when it's something that could undermine productivity and success, etc. I look the hard, cold, ugly truth square in the face. And sometimes the hard, cold, and ugly is just a reflection of yours truly. But other times it is truth, and it is the kind of thing that we have to adjust for if we're going to ensure that we reach that objective in the end. The Going Free lesson of the day, ladies and gentlemen, is this. We need to be shaming the hell out of anti-whites for being anti-white, particularly white anti-whites, but all anti-whites. We need to be shaming the hell out of them. They are disgusting. They are immoral. They are unwell. They are sadistic. They might be psychotic. They might be neurotic. They might have other issues with them. They are hateful. They are filled with disease, thought diseases, the MPs. You need to shame them for being anti-white. Now, there is a lot of science behind the admonition I'm giving you right now. Rest assured, we are reaching the level where we can. And now shaming can take several forms. Perhaps you all have seen me in some of the threads, the way I do it. I will say, that's disgusting that you're anti-white. You shouldn't be anti-white. All right. It's really immoral. Why are you so immoral? This is the way it can be gently applied. You can also like dial it up with aggression. You can scream anti-white at someone just like you can scream racist at someone. Shame the hell out of anti-whites. Let them know that they are the immoral beasts of this age. They hold the idea of anti-whiteism, and that idea is the idea that our age has been the moral champions have been called to slay, metaphorically, of course. This is the age. It is the challenge of our age. It is the evil of our age. In every age, humanity, where they reside, and of the different races of humanity, there is an evil of that age. And people are called to challenge that evil. They're called to bring it down, to put an end to the evil that it inflicts on the totality. It inflicts on a subset of the totality. In every age, this happens. This is the evil of our age. This is the way you frame anti-whiteism in your conversations when you want to shame those who continue to hold anti-white ideas, those who would be anti-white, those out there who are exerting, influencing, sharing, promulgating anti-whiteism and working toward anti-white conclusions, they are the reprehensible, immoral beasts of our age. What does that do? Well, when you have an evil of the age, when the evil of an age is identified, the righteous, the best people will be summoned naturally to slay the evil, metaphorically, to bring it down, to put an end to the evil. This is how you have to frame it, ladies and gentlemen, because it is the truth. It is the reality of this age. The only thing destroying Western civilization is anti-whiteism. From that evil, diseased root, all of what else we see grows. From that single root, all else reaches for a diseased sun in a diseased world. So make sure you frame it this way, and you will see then the champions, whether they are white or non-white or what have you, practice a different religion, practice no religion, they will answer the summons to slay the evil of that age. Is anybody out there getting this? Is anybody sitting there right now and thinking, I don't get it. I don't know really why does that seem so important? Is anybody out there thinking, oh my God, that exactly will happen if you frame it and you acknowledge the evil of the age, that people will come to it? What will happen at your family dinners? What will happen at your get-togethers on these holidays that were coming up at this point of year? When you point out that you are the moral paragon in the room because you are slaying the evil of our age. Anti-whiteism harms principally the white race, of course, but then non-white people are collateral damage as well. And for a lot of white people, the ideas that we have created, things like liberty, freedom, justice, stability, civility, etc., all of these ideas that lead to this, all of these norms, the culture which anti-whites claim that white people don't have, that lead to the environment that creates such beauty, such wonder, and is voted on a global scale by every living human being by way of where they point their feet. When they can point their feet and walk, they come to the West. They have all in their minds decided that what we do as Western civilization is what they want as well. So when you go into those environments and you are the moral paragon slaying the evil of our age, anti-whiteism, it will be increasingly difficult for those family members. And we've had discussions live for so many of those family members to say, oh no, you're the evil one for caring about white people being victimized. You're the evil one for caring about the natural environment being destroyed by going well beyond the carrying capacity for a given area of land. No, in fact, what will happen is so many of us have experienced, in fact, because you've played the adversary in the anti-white narrative. You've donned their clothing, their costume of the villain they want you to play. And you've gone into those family gatherings, or maybe you didn't go as far as playing the antagonist, but you were still nonetheless just white sympathetic, using the verbiage of anti-whiteism, and therefore looking evil, looking immoral, looking bad. You've gone into these family conversations and you looked bad. And you had to walk away from that shaking your head and thinking, gee, I can't believe that cousin thus and such or neighbor thus and such wants to do X, Y, or Z. And you're knowing, though, the whole time that, pardon me, you look like the one who was evil. You look like the one who was immoral when you walk away from the conversation. You know further when everyone else, the mother-in-law, the woman across the street, or whatever it might be, the father-in-law, they come to you and they say, I don't want to hear any more of that. I don't want you causing any more troubles. How many of you have heard that in your environments, family, work? I don't want you causing any more problems around here. They come to you and tell you to stop sharing your views, but they don't go to the anti-whites in the room and tell them to stop sharing their views. Well, I promise you this. Might not be the first time or the second time, and maybe you have some psychotic anti-white people in your circles that you need to get away from, so it might not be ever with them. But when you talk about the evil of our age being anti-whiteism, and you proudly say at that Thanksgiving table, at that Halloween party, anti-whiteism is the evil of our age. And you say this in so many words, I am the moral paragon. I am here to put it down. I am here to put an end to this ideology that victimizes all of Western kind, including our most vulnerable members, our children, our elderly, our sick. Look at the suicide rates of white men, victimizing this entire people of Western kind. But, and especially a but here for some of these people who are asses, you saw how I put that together, and they're anti-white, or they villainy signal it at least, and victimizing white people, not such a big thing in their minds. But you point out, as an aside that will catch their attention, collateral damage of anti-whiteism is also the non-white populations, is also the natural environment, is also the wild environment, the beautiful flora and fauna of our world, also victims of anti-whiteism. This is the evil of our age. This is the evil that is in the Dark Tower with that Sauron red eye on top of it. And you are that gleaming white knight on the champion that doesn't come to aid women who are lying about men. No, a new definition for a white knight then. You are the slayer of that dragon, of that demon. And I'll tell you this, those people in your family or friend groups or work groups, they will eventually go to the anti-white and say, don't respond anymore. Don't say anything back. Why would they do that? Why would they eventually go to the anti-whites and say, don't respond anymore? I don't want to hear any more of these fights. We're trying to have a peaceful Thanksgiving dinner or whatever it might be. Trying to have a little Halloween party and some apple bobbing, whatever other kind of bobbing they want to do. Why? Because they know when they do their calculation that you are the one wanting to put an end to harm. You are the one wanting to redress the harm that's being done across the board. Whereas that anti-white in the room coming up with justifications for inflicting harm. My God! My God! I wish God give us a megaphone as loud as I almost said like atomic weapons, but let's go with something a little nicer. But as loud as the Lord's voice himself, which of course would reach every single ear and heart. Give us a megaphone that loud, because you know very well that that will work, because it is true, because you love, because your anger over that which destroys what you love will compel you and will be visible to all those around you. Shame the hell out of the anti-whites. Shame them to hell. Let me refresh this. I'll tell you a little bit on, we're going to make a call in just a moment. For the mods, I don't know why it's still holding the comments. If you could, please, I mean, where they're obviously legit comments, go ahead and click show as quickly as possible. I've made the adjustments in both places where YouTube requests whether or not I want this happening. So perhaps by next stream, there will be a change and it will go away. But I appreciate that. I know it requires a little bit more effort. And let's get a big round of applause for those who are moderating. It is all of their own time and own volition. They don't get, I wish we could pay fabulously, and maybe one day we'll get there. We're not going to get there by way of, what do we want to call them? The old school white sympathetics? No, because that almost implies something positive, doesn't it? What do you want to call them? The wizened, the white sympathetics, the old guard. How about we call them the stool groomers? We have, let's get a round of raucous emojis going, ladies and gentlemen, for the number one champion, Brad C. who just financially gifted, and you know, I read his name earlier. He financially gifts automatically every month. $20 US from Brad C. Thank you so much, brother. And yes, Mr. V, we'll have you on later. Brad C writes, hey, Promethean hails to our community. Well, a big Promethean hails to you as well, good brother. I was just mentioning he's automatically financially gifts every month, and then over the course of the month, he financially gifts as well. So this here, ladies and gentlemen, is somebody who is serious about reclaiming our destiny. Somebody who's serious about what? I'm gonna drive this home. I'm gonna drive this home right now for those who maybe have been unsure of what this kind of effort is for. His efforts are to ensure that your children live in a better world. His efforts, and he's aware of it, are to ensure that your nieces and nephews and grandchildren live in a better world than we've had to live in. Now, how does that make you feel? What are you going to do for his kids, his grandchildren, his nieces and nephews? We are a single family with many countries. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Anybody saying otherwise is a sectarianist. Sometimes they fancy themselves as these old school nationalists, as though old school nationalism wasn't destroyed by the anti-whites, didn't smash our heads together and into tiny pieces. Look at our race as a consequence of old school nationalism. We have fallen a great distance. That's why it's lucky to have the anomalies like us still around, right? God bless you, brother. That's Brad C., a true champion if there ever was one. I'm going to talk a little bit about, and you all can jump right in and ask questions about, and then we're going to call Baldor and have a short conversation with him about Nathaniel and him and some of the others in OT having some challenges. So we'll talk about that. But I went to this conference, and I had very precious little time to speak, and the only reason I had any time to speak whatsoever with these stool groomers is that. And I say that in a real affectionate way, the stool groomers, is that, maybe, I don't know. Should I call them that? That's kind of harsh. They're just like benighted, senile, maybe senile. Maybe we'll call them senile nationalists. Maybe that works. How about that? The senile. There's one there who we should all give, please, a raucous round of emojis for. I'm not going to say his name. He doesn't want to be named, which is a glorious thing. You know, when you do, in fact, there are some, I'm going to put in another person right now who's working on iteration 2 and going through it. And then as well, this other person as well working on iteration 3 coming up. And there are a couple. So anonymous individuals. Let's get a big raucous round of emojis for the folks who are anonymous. And this is one of the most moral things a human being can do, is to do good without taking that step up onto the rostrum for a round of applause. So we know they're there. It's like the unnamed soldier. Every Western country, I think, has a monument like that for the soldiers that we know we lost, but we can't find. And so let's have a big round of raucous emojis for everybody who's anonymous and working on Go Free with yours truly, and for this wonderful gentleman who was able to get me the scantiest bit of time in front of a group that has some senile and some extraordinarily esteemed individuals. They know how to sort themselves in those two categories. So I had an opportunity to speak and spoke, and it was, of course, I was magnificent. And I was approached by, as I say, the no doubt, I mean, you could just tell by sentence construction, so that therefore the the thoughts, how they put them together and articulate them, high intelligence, educational background, some of them very high as well. You know, intelligence and education, not the same thing. Remember that, folks. Don't fall for you see this all the time, people falling for a lot of education equating to intelligence, and definitely not the case. So, but needless to say, the best, just as we get from everywhere else. And you should take pride in that as well, because you're part of that. You are the message. You are the message. When you bring going free to people, you are the message. So we end up having wonderful people come to us because you do such a great job with yourself, with the lexicon, with the 5 key concepts and more. You do such a wonderful job, and you bring the best. Not everybody's going to come. Like this group I went before, the senile and the glorious. Not everybody's going to come, and it's not going to be even half in most cases, because you can imagine, I mean, you go out to a herd of cattle or a herd of reindeer or a herd of unicorns. You're going to find the best is going to be a subset of that overall. That's how the world works. There, you can't have the best without the other. And so, yeah, they approached me. Interestingly, there were individuals there who have spoken negatively about what is our approach, what they understand to be my approach, because I have been the heel in their environment, who has always been saying, okay, yes, 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 and you failed. And so here's reason, logic, and evidence for why, and here's why and therefore we shouldn't go this direction again. And then here, let me make an argument. Can you defeat that argument about why we shouldn't do this? And no, we're just going to prevent you from being up on the speaker panel. We're just going to prevent you from getting into any sort of leadership position in any of these organizations. We're just going to prevent you or threaten you. I mean, you all have probably heard about the I've mentioned I was in a leadership part of an organization many years ago, and we were having great success. And then they said, "Oh, you're going to stop having that success, or you're just kicked out." And so, of course, I just said, "Piss right off," and I left. So yeah, there are a lot of people like that, and they're still there. I think I will call those the stool groomers. Those people are the stool groomers. The other ones are just senile, I guess. They don't get it, but they're jealous though. So it's not just senility. I'm sure there are. So there's a little host of rabble we could give names to. It's like cartoon. Look at this. Scott is here. He says Jason's a pretty smart guy. I appreciate that. And why is YouTube doing this for me? It's having fun over here. It's trying to annoy me. Probably the anti-wise. Aunt Sally is here. Hello, sister. Brody Bassett. Hello to you. Alex says, no white guilt. We're the people who criticized you at the conference. Ant Nat losers. Yes and no. And thank you for asking that, Alex. There were some Ant Nats who were guests. And I think a couple Ant Nats that are members. The ones that were guests, I don't know if they... Oh, well, no, I mean, they've criticized me in the past. Yeah, I don't know if there was any criticism during the conference. I don't think so. But I am, we are, think of yourself as a priest to the sinner. We go to the wayward, whether they play the ant-nat, the antagonist in the anti-white narrative, or they are like the hardcore conservative type, or what have you. We go to all of our brothers and sisters and we offer them redemption. We say, look, you can be white positive. You can go free of the anti-white narrative. And sometimes, the sinner, when the priest confronts him or the preacher confronts him, the sinner says, okay, I'm going to take your hand and I'm going to go do right moving forward. And of course, they're going to stumble, and we allow for that as well. But it can't be a permanent thing. The stumbling and the going back can't be a permanent thing. I mean, eventually the priest or preacher, if, whatever their patience might be, they're going to say, look, I want you to be saved by Jesus Christ, but you've come into church drunk or on heroin too many times. You're not allowed back. And so we have to be the same way when it comes to that. So I'm patient, and sometimes normally I'm more patient. I was very patient this weekend with folks, and looking for the good in everybody. And that's my normal, I guess, gear. I get, and you all have seen, and it's just the reality of my nature, that when people are doing things and my that I know are damaging for us, and you see this, you see like this kind of comment about, well, I won't even say it, but when they're doing things that are damaging for white people, That's going to make it harder for us to reach our brothers and sisters. And I think then about how our children are going to be victimized, how the youth are going to be victimized. That's what gets me furious. That's what gets me really yelling. That's what gets my eyes shining. I cannot brook it for just 2 seconds because they don't have a way to protect themselves until they have the inoculation of going free. So that's where it gets me angry. But so there were some of those there. And then he says, who like doing exactly what the anti-whites would like us to be doing, playing the villain. Yeah, there were some of those. And there were some cravens. There were people talking about everyone moving to like one part of a state, or everyone moving to one part of the country, and people talking about they just wish we could have a partition. And a wish is not a plan. A wish is not a plan, and it's not going to work. I saw a lot of people suffering from bibs, so they're going to the extremes. It's just like give up and hide, or become an antique nationalist and then try to look like a guy with a funny mustache. It's just nuts. So there are people there suffering from that. So you can't talk to them. I mean, this is maybe the old guard. Maybe the old guard. We can call them that, the old guard. Lord Hendrickson says, are your parents still Southern Baptists, if they're still around, or have they left the anti-white church? They were not really church goers when I was alive, but prior to being born, they were more of church goers. And certainly my mother, but once I was born, they weren't really. And I think it was just the necessities of life that was getting in the way, and struggling, and blue collar working class environment, and perhaps, I mean, maybe I haven't really tried to investigate that with them. Was there something happening at the different churches? My mother has shared a couple things about the churches that becoming objectionable places, and I think perhaps it may well have been anti-whiteism for them that was changing that environment, and that the pastors were bending the word of God to kowtow to anti-whiteism, because it affects everything, because the religion has been defeated and it sits in this morass of anti-whiteism. So no, to your question, as simple as no. And thank you, though, for the question. Let's see what else, if we have any others here. So remember, tag me if you have any questions, and anything about, or comments, anything about the conference. And Coconut says, is that a baby pumpkin? It is a baby pumpkin. In fact, there are, can we see both? Maybe we can't see. There are 2 baby pumpkins. I'm going to have to put them maybe up there. And I've got another very strange looking gourd. So maybe I'll put them up on top of that other machine so everybody can get a better look next time. I was thinking about getting some of those, the corn with the kernels of all the different colors. Corbin is here. Great to see you. Diamond Dust. So we went there, and I had just a fantastic time with the good people who were there, and met some new folks as well, and had some good conversations. And I would like everybody who was there to go free. But I know the reality that that's not going to happen. Many of them will hold out, maybe even forever. Who knows? Even as we continue to reclaim our destiny, they still won't believe in it. They still won't be able to leave their old habits behind. Leave their old ways behind, their old objectives behind. And that's fine. I mean, that's human nature. And it's better to not coerce anybody, as though we even had the power to coerce anybody. But it's better that somebody's not coerced in any sort of a way, browbeaten maybe, because they're not going to be your optimal people when it comes to service to white well-being. They would be more problematic. They would always be looking for where something might be weak or where something might be, rather than looking for how to make something stronger. How do you get, for example, how do you strengthen your body if you're focusing on how you are weak? That's not how it works. I was a star athlete and could have played professional baseball, stupidly decided to play college football. And I know how to be in shape and to be healthy and to perform at a very high level. And you don't focus on weakness, but that's too many people do that all the time. They do it with business. You've seen it everywhere. You know what I'm talking about. So what I saw was, regrettably, I'll tell you all this. I'll share with you this. The old guard, stool groomers and all, they were morose. They were morose. They were melancholic. They were saturnine. I was sanguine. So it was quite a clash. It was like the sun burning through the early dark clouds at a beautiful dawn. They were, and my energy, and of course there were other white positive folks there that are not necessarily going free as well, and they were, since they're white positive, you saw their wonderful energy as well. And it was joyful to be around those people. But the majority were morose, and they were indulged, and some of them used really disgusting language that I would just got away from. I got away from because you can't, and we even had a question. It was a wonderful question, and so I had an opportunity to speak to this question about the use of satire in trying to reach our brothers and sisters. And I endorse the use, as you know. I've made a joke or two during the stream so far, and but you cannot incorporate anything in the satire that is reminiscent of the villain in the anti-white narrative, and why would you want to incorporate something that would unnecessarily genuinely hurt someone? So it just makes no sense. And of course, what's like some general examples would be these gross depictions of non-white people, and they are, how they lived in their countries when we came across them, or something. This sort of thing is not what a healthy white positive person should be doing. And plenty of humor. I'd love to see more humor. Don't incorporate anything like that. Don't appear like the villain in the anti-white narrative. There's nothing funny about that. There's nothing funny. In fact, I think parents, cover up your children's ears. You are an asshole if you do that, because you might get a little snicker out of it, like a fool, and all of the other drunk idiots there will get, a little laugh. Oh, wasn't that funny? But you are confirming, you are validating the anti-white narrative. And the anti-whites love that. You are just their hoe. That's all you are. I want everyone to know. Look, I sympathize. I am white positive, which means I'm white sympathetic. I want to put an end to anti-whiteism. That being said, and I just to add to that, so I understand where you're coming from. I understand that you've been persecuted. You've seen our people persecuted. You've seen harm on a scale that has never been seen before done to a group of humanity. And your life, which you only get one, you're not going to be able to relive it. You're not going to be able to get back those years and those hours of whatever you might have had. And I get it. I get where you're coming from. Or you're a young guy or gal, and you're looking out at the future and you're like, it's apocalyptic for me. I understand. It's been apocalyptic for me, and it continues to be. I mean, this is what anti-whiteism has done to us. And so in response, you want to be productive. You want to do something good. You want to reclaim our destiny, change that milieu. Don't, in response, become their whore. Don't in response become their puppet on the end of a string or their hand up your ass. Don't let them dupe you, fool you, chump you like that. For God's sakes. Now, many of these people here, it's been nearly 3 decades. And I have to say that I have been thinking after this conference that I think that I was initially thinking of it as like a chapter of my life is done. But it's been too long. I mean, it's nearly 3 decades. It's not just a chapter. It's a whole segment of the book of my individual life is done. There are a lot of these old guard guys that their groups, their positions in those groups, it is just to get together and commiserate. That's all it is. They don't want to actually try something that is for 3 decades, they've been losing. For 3 goddamn decades, they've been losing. And yet they want to continue on these paths. Yet they see the predictions that I make come true, and yet they want to continue on their trajectory. So these places, these old groups of these codgers, some of them great guys, but these are just now groups for them to get together and commiserate as they watch each other die off. That's the reality of it. This group has had like 5 die in the past year and a half, notable names from age. So they just want to get together and talk about how bad it is, and then every now and again they to resurrect, as though they're like summoning a ghost out of a grave, or the memory of a failed effort, some of the verbiage of that effort. And I heard them using it, some of the memory of that old verbiage. And yes, and maybe we could have that. No, remember, it failed. So at some point you just have to, I feel sorry. That's the reality. I feel sorry for them. What do you do when, if you see a dog or any animal, and you see it trying to get to a bone or whatever, and it's trying to get to it, but maybe it's hurting itself. It can't get, and you know that it cannot get to it. Maybe if you're a little unwell, you'll laugh at first, but then eventually you feel bad for the animal, because you'll know it's not putting it together. It's not figuring it out. And no matter how many times you maybe point that maybe there's a way, maybe the animal could walk around to the other side or whatever, or pull a rope or whatever, the animal just can't get it. And maybe it's even a really smart animal. Maybe it's like a poodle or one of these Australian shepherd dogs, and it's really bright, but it still can't get it. So it's got a high intelligence and a lot of education, because it's been trained to do like 50 tricks a piece, and they still can't get it. At some point, you stop getting angry. You stop, and this is where I think I'm getting. You get to a point where you stop feeling angry, especially as I see these people get physically weaker, mentally weaker. You just start feeling sorry for them. You just start feeling like, this is sad. It's really sad that all of these years, all of those failures, and declaring that times are good when Trump first got in office, as though your endeavors had done anything, as though your endeavors were suddenly coming to fruition now, not being able to see that your endeavors did not influence that in the way that you think it did, at least. And now that something else that's beyond your control or influence is happening, you have, because of the tools you use, you have a Biden presidency, and everything is going bad. Now you have the inverse emotion. Now it's, well, what do we do? It's all over. We might as well find a little town in some state and just move there, and of course set up an old folks home, because they're all ancient. Nothing wrong with being ancient. We have plenty of senior citizens. The guy who is got me in front of them is not old by any stretch, but he's an older guy, and older than me. You know how that works. If anybody's older than you, then sometimes that you consider them old. But he's older than me. So there are a lot of wonderful older people who have come to White Wellbeing and Going Free. But these are not the ones. These are not those. And it's really sad. So I feel bad. There's some, how can I put it? Some regret. You know, when if you like, I have argued sometimes vehemently to get people to see what works. And yeah, potentially so, Rory. Thank you. I have, and now, you know, I look back and I think, you know what, they were never going to get it. And I feel kind of bad that I ever tried. It's like trying to get a dumb animal, not saying that they're dumb animals, but I'm just likening the outcome where you have an animal and you're trying to train it to do X, Y, or Z, and you put it through the hoop over and over again and put it through the ringer. And then you finally figure out, my gosh, the damn thing is just not going to get it. And then you look back on your efforts and you think, boy, I really kind of made it suffer. And that's how I kind of feel with some of these folks. The champions, there were champions, though. There were people stepping up. But I think this segment of the story of my life of 3 decades of conferences and conversations and after parties after the conferences and after parties, and then meals out and going without because I didn't, you know, eating out and having to get places, and I just took every little dollar that I had that I earned, and over the years, and it just was it was for naught. These people are not going to. They get together, I think, depending upon the group, on the basis of an idea that serves the interest, the ego of one or more of the leadership, and they have a stated objective of something white sympathetic, but that's not the main objective. It might be secondary. It's not the main objective. And my error was in believing that it was the main objective. And now I know for sure now that even in some of the best, some of those who you would think were the best, that's not the main motive. Certainly not now as they age. It's not the main motive. But once again, there were some wonderful people. There's some great people there. There are some people who are going to be going free, and are going to be making changes and differences in the world. There's some others there that I would love to have them go free because I could see the potential in them. I hope they will. We'll see if they will. There were others who are going to pose impediments to us in different ways. Some that will continue to badmouth me behind my back, saying things like, the primary complaint is they have their own concepts. And then that used, of course, as just a justification, just a pretext to conceal the true motivation, which is self-interest in these cases. And a lot of the times with these groups, you see that there's a monetary self-interest that is they're serving before all else. So I don't expect to see anytime soon any of these old guard individuals who have been named and run over by anti-white smear machines and campaigns year after year. And what a terrible thing it is for them to be named and slandered and railroaded and everything else. And really your service to white sympathies was secondary or tertiary. I mean, I can't say, and it of course, human dynamism and in any individual and in groups. I mean, you might have had moments where the white sympathy was the most important thing, but it clearly white sympathy is not, because if they wanted a white sympathetic outcome to what's happening to us and our people in the world, then they would look out there, they would see what's working, they would be talking about us. They would be wanting to interview me. They would be wondering how they can participate in the practice of going free. Everybody would be moving toward what's working, and they're not doing that. In fact, I even heard the psychotic, not psychotic, the absolutely juvenile and dumb statement, ethnostate. Just, and what can you say to that? What can you say to that? So let me, though, say this to that, and that is you can, as an alternative, you can go free, and you can have success like Yiz. And she writes, "Great news, brother. Great news, brothers. I have never felt as convicted in what I do as right now." What does she do? She practices going free and has massive success in bringing people over that folks and these old guard kind of guys would have never thought, would have said absolutely cannot be done. In fact, they did in many arguments say cannot be done, Jason. It cannot be done. Well, she writes on, "I have never felt as convicted in what I do as right now. Academic agent, the leader of one of the two clusters I've been involved with and influencing for a year now, made a video today naming whites as a single oppressed group and used the terms anti-white and anti-Western exactly like I do. A year ago, he could barely even say anti-white and fumbled when speaking about white identity. Now he regularly has on white positive and white sympathetic guests, including myself, and openly engages in discourse about anti-whiteism." She writes in all capital letters, "We are winning!" exclamation point. The video below is the timestamp to listen to the short minute or so segment where he names whites as an oppressed group and uses the term anti-white and anti-Western correctly. So we're going to try to watch that briefly. What a contrast. And so some of these people, I will tell you, I need to tell you this. I wish I could say her name. Maybe I'll be able to say her name in the future. A woman of extraordinary education, very intelligent, approached me. And to my absolute shock and honor, I could not believe. She came to me, well-known, massively respected, been around for a long time. And you look at this, now there are guys that are stepping up and older guys that are stepping up and doing the right thing, going free, supporting white well-being. But the percentage of guys to the percentage of women, we're talking about seniors now, is infinitesimal. The percentage of senior citizen women who, upon hearing about Go Free, decide, oh my God, this works, is astronomical compared to the guys. Now, you all can talk amongst yourselves about why that might be the case. But this is a very special woman. I'm not playing her up because of her endorsement. I hope I can name her in the future. She is well known. She is an academic. She is intelligent. She's extremely educated. And she approached me after as I said, I didn't have I had enough time to share thoughts, but not as much as I would have. And she approached me with this giddy enthusiasm. My God. She then began asking me, she was so excited, are you educated in this and that field? And some of those fields that she shares very deep education on. And I told her that no, I wasn't, but I've been a student of these things for my whole life. And she said, you have got it. This will work. She has studied this throughout cultures and peoples. And she said, this will do it. So this is a credentialed person who is widely respected and lauded and celebrated when she shows up and speaks places, and she often does so. And she came up to me and she said, I am going to include your 5 key concepts in my next book. I am going to include your 5 key concepts in my next book, and I want to know more about going free. So, my friends, I immediately, of course, got this wonderful woman a copy and signed it to her right there on the spot. She is, it was quite I was very humbled to have her approach. It was one of those moments in life where I'm going to be remembering that until the very end. It was a wonderful thing. And this is the kind of caliber of person that I say, when they see what we do in service to white well-being, they hear me articulate how it works. They are intelligent enough to follow the reason and logic, and then they are courageous enough to look at the evidence. We find these people stepping up and saying, where do I sign up? How do I start going free? Because this isn't a rehashing of like a new model of 1930s Germany, for God's sake. We don't want anything like that. We are concerned about all peoples, all the environment, all the wildlife, and the victims of the greatest evil of this age. That victim race is Western kind. So it was glory to God for that woman stepping up. Boy, that was quite a moment, I have to say. Quite a moment in my life, especially when there are these men, all these men that are closing the door on me. All these older men, they close the door. No, don't let him inside. Jealousy much? Jealousy much? Intimidated much? Feeling inadequate much? I understand. I felt like I might have had some of those feelings, like for the first 60, 120 seconds of after being born. And then I realized that, I can take these folks. Let's now take a look at this. Yiz, the champion. Max Anderson comes in with a $5 financial gift. God bless you, brother. And he writes, good work, everyone, in going free. The message is growing. Damn right it is. And thank you for that wonderful testimonial. We have this. Now, this is called BLM versus the vaccine on alliances and the state of the map is what it's called. And we're going to have a listen, I think, to a couple seconds of this, because he says, I think, anti-white, was that right? And anti-Western. So we'll have a quick share, and this is the doing. How many of you have spent a year in a group or 2 or 3 or like Yiz and using the concepts, and now the people are using the concepts? Well, if you haven't, you can do what she did. Get started. Make it happen. All right. Let's hear what is said here.
Thus, the constellation of subsidiaries is reduced, since the center has been so phenomenally successful at subverting and capturing any and all resistance, and peripheries, which are minorities and astroturfed activist movements of all kinds, speak for themselves. But this presents us with a problem, because if Bond's Juvenalian model is correct, the only way out of this would...
Pause this for a minute. Is this the right time frame? Yes. Do I have it in the right place? I don't want to play too much of his stuff, because you know how that goes. It ends up getting shut down. But let's try again, and Yiz can let me know.
Would be for us as members of the subsidiary group, because if you look at what is left, if you look at the subsidiaries,
so this is
and replace
academic agent,
you could easily replace subsidiaries with white people. That is basically what is left. It is just normal white people trying to live their lives, owning small businesses and so on and so forth.
Okay, talking about white people.
Well, if you look at what is left, the only option is to ally with the peripheries and to attack the center. Now, according to...
So he's got a little bit of a map here that he's explaining, and Yiz is saying this is the correct space on the video.
The Juvenalian model, there is no other option. So that means our potential allies are, well, Muslims, the black community, Latinos of any sort, Asians, disaffected LGBT types, and so on and so forth. Now, I have floated these ideas.
Now, remember, folks, as you listen to him make an argument for his case here, that's not what's relevant for us. That's not what is under consideration. What's under consideration is whether or not we get people to begin using the concepts that change the narrative, worldview in which they operate.
Before, and I have always received significant pushback for it from friends. I realize that many friends think the problem is specifically anti-white and anti-Western, but the globalists fundamentally hate all humanity, all tradition.
That, my friends, is a huge success right there. We want everyone using as a recognized concept, anti-white, anti-Western, anti-whiteism as recognized legitimate concepts. When we hear, congratulations again to Yiz. God bless you, sister. That is magnificent work. That is really fantastic. I see that Pants is here. The Watcher is here. Wonderful to see both of you. That is magnificent work. This is truly what we want. We want, just like in these articles that we've seen, and even when it's the anti-whites writing about us, we want them using the concepts that are from our story. That is how we end up influencing societal discourse. That's how we've made so much change in such a short period of time with so few of us. Think about that. With so few of us, because people like these old guard, they're closing the door. They're just always closing the door to their caskets. And they will go ahead and just keep them closed, fellas. And while they're doing that, we are influencing the conversation. And by changing the concepts that are discussed, we change the narrative. And by changing the narrative, we change the thought chains that stem from each deduction and concept under consideration. That becomes the super milieu, or a context through which laws have to be passed, codes have to be written, conversations with family, with judges, with prosecutors have to take place. Would you like to live in a world where the conversation with a potential district attorney who may or may not file charges against you, or who has, and now you have to have an attorney, or now you got to go before a judge? Would you like that conversation to take place in an environment that is in our story? Or would you like it to continue taking place in an environment that is the anti-white narrative? We have never had the power to take over the streets. We have never had the power to get anybody elected to high office that could do anything there other than be abused by the anti-whites and whatever you want to call this, the deep state swamp and all this. Who cares? It's the anti-whites. Stop with all that. It's enough of that already. It's the anti-whites. We have never been able to do those things because we were born into a defeated race, a deracinated race that doesn't have a people. And so our only option required a 200 level IQ response to the 200 level IQ that was used to defeat us and keep us in thraldom. That is why it's not easy to go to people and say, here's the way to go from A to B to C, because it's not for the average, the midwit to be able to easily grasp. So the only other way it can be demonstrated is with success. The only other way it can be sold is with success. That's why for me it becomes so infuriating when our successes, like Yiz had here, are actively ignored. You know, right now, I'm not going to name anybody. You all can name them. There are white sympathetic doom documenters and doom dissectors all over the place. They have webzines. They have, some of them still have printed material. And they should be reaching out to Yiz. They should be reaching out to Fornull. They should be reaching out to Jared George. They should be reaching out to Nate and Nateorific and etc. They should be reaching out, and to you, if you are succeeding with the practice of going free, they should be reaching out to you, and they should be saying, how does this work? We're so excited about this, but they're not. They want to stifle, prevent the successes, the stories of the successes from reaching as many people as they can. They want to get behind those closed doors and badmouth and say it's just not going to work because nobody's ever going to take on a new term. By the way, did they want us to say centered now? That they're the centered ones and then we are the uncentered? Okay, sounds good. Dumbasses. God bless you, Yiz. You are awesome. We're going to take a very short just bumper here, and we're going to be back with, who are we going to go back to first? I think it's Baldur we'll take first briefly. We're going to discuss this problem, and then I'm going to get to an author who has clout, has written some wonderful stories, and we need to become her next best friend.
All right.
There he is. I know it's late. It's time for you to go to bed, but we are happy to have you on. The great Baldur, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to be doing any translations today, but I am going to get back to you, brother, on I've got a great idea for how we're going to do the translations moving forward. But you have something different for us today that we're going to speak briefly about. Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Hold on. My chat here. I sent you this. We are noticing some gatekeeping tactics, and the comments are something like, can you hear me all right, by the way?
I sure can, brother. Perfectly.
Okay. Right. Okay, so the comments are like something like, white people created wokeism, communism, socialism, etc. And Nathaniel Nelson sent me this, another bye-bye white lips.
By white lips, okay.
Bye-bye, like bye-bye white lips.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
The intent is obvious to him. Conflate Western kind as the unique authors of evil in the minds of conservative vakes because of these ideologies. There is a Kafka trap here, meaning there is no correct answer. Okay. He says, many are still lost in the false political dichotomy and believe that ideology is the struggle, not race. The conflation of Western kind with creating these political polarizations becomes a pitfall in our advocacy and justifies harm against our people because of the race of these ideologies authors. Yes, we know many of those authors are in fact not members of Western kind, but I'm apprehensive of casually pointing that out to vakes because it opens us up to accusations of being a villain. And so we are just kind of, we lack ideas. MCs, like, what can we say? What response can we come up with?
Well, I'm going to write myself a note right now to find something really pithy. I've faced this before in the past with anti-whites who call themselves conservatives or etc. Libertarians. They'll say, well, white people, and also anti-whites who call themselves leftists or Marxists or what have you. I've had them do this exact same thing, even though they love the ideologies that victimize. And it is a gatekeeping tactic. And anybody in the chat, if you'd like to throw out any ideas as well for the outreach team and Baldur as we discuss this. But one of the ways that I know I've handled it in the past is that I roll right back to that defensible beachhead of the race of the person is irrelevant. Why is the race of the person important to you? What matters is whether or not it is anti-white. There's an anti-white conclusion here. People are being victimized, and so we are here to put an end to an anti-white conclusion. I don't care who came up with the idea. I don't care who came up with the ideology, it is the anti-white conclusion. So there is a unspoken premise on the part of this the person using these arguments, these MPs. The unspoken premise is that the race of the individual that came up with the idea is important. Well, if the race of the individual that came up with the idea is important and you can be condemned for it if it is harmful, then shouldn't you be lauded for the ideas as a race when it's your ideas that are celebrated and ostensibly the ones that want to be preserved: freedom, liberty, justice, etc. So I like to, you're 100% right, Baldor. You stay away from getting into the trap. And I would think actually very cunning anti-whites, and perhaps not of our race, would in fact use this MP in order to get you to fall into that trap. They would want you to then say, no, it wasn't white people that made up any. Of course, there were white people who came up with bad, harmful ideas. Of course there were. But we have white people. We have white people in our country called South Africa. It used to be our country, in the United States, all over the place, who decided that they were going to, for their wealth, for their personal families, to get more powerful, that they were going to discriminate against our workers and bring in people who were living at substance levels. They couldn't even find enough to eat a day because they knew they could practically treat them like slaves. So the first decision and those who were first suffered were our people as a consequence of white individualism and the idea that of these individualistic, laissez-faire capitalist, crony capitalist types, or whatever you want to call it. And of course, they functioned in other economic systems as well, including socialism and fascism and etc., where they say, I'm just going to get wealthy for myself, and so I'm going to use this cheaper labor over here. Now, at those times, if you think for a second, folks, well, fascism would never do that. Bravo Sierra, they did do it. And if they had the technology that we had today in order to outsource, they would do it. And the moment you think that wouldn't happen is the moment you're falling into a significant trap, because the revolving door from the board to the department at government that monitors the board, that baby is swinging. I mean, they could run the power on New York City with that revolving door. So the first people who suffer are our people. Then they bring in other people. Some of those people obviously are treated poorly as well. But the bottom line is that there are going to be anti-whites out there. They call themselves different things. And as I said, that some of them might be very cunning and they want to say and maybe say something really obvious, like communism or something. That's all white people came up with all of that. And to get you to then fall into the trap of the Punji was spear-laden trap, that it was this group and they came up with all the bad ideas. Don't do it. Baldor is a genius, ladies and gentlemen. He immediately knew what was happening there. He's leery of falling into the Naderific and Nathaniel geniuses. They would not, and Bonnie Blue and any of the others out there, they're not going to fall for that sort of thing. Don't you fall for it either. This is wonderful, and I really appreciate you bringing it up. Very simply, I would say, and I'm going to put some more thought to it, but very simply, I would say to state that the race is irrelevant who created the idea. White people have come up with good ideas. White people have come up with bad ideas. Same for non-white people. What matters here, and what I want to put an end to, is the greatest evil of our age. And then try that out and let us know how that works. It's going to be interesting, especially if some of these individuals are just very cunning and they were hoping you were going to fall right into the trap. When you go in, remember that you're going to have the anti-white who's going to try to gatekeep, who's going to try to keep this anti-white status quo. And then you also have that audience. I know the outreach team knows this. I'm talking for everybody else. So you have to have a conversation with that anti-white that is purposed to bring that audience over to going free. Like when I spoke with by way of the criticisms of Poroshenko, I was talking to her audience. In fact, when I found out that she was live streaming me, I just talked to her audience. And what ended up happening? YouTube, at probably 5 to 1, I don't know though, what can ask CNN, number of subscriptions, they probably list 1 subscriber for every 5 new subscribers. I gained just over 200 or so. And of course, she dropped again. So these are people who are coming over to Going Free because of the truth that we clearly speak. And that's what we clearly speak in that exchange there, brother. We're saying the race is irrelevant. What's relevant is that we're going to put an end to anti-whiteism. The field and the question under consideration is whether or not white people are going to be victimized by anti-whiteism, which ends up victimizing by way of collateral damage everybody else. It's clear that it's anti-white, as opposed to where they would like to field the conversation, which is that it's a set of ideas that harms everybody. Push them on the point that they are ignoring the victimization of Western kind, and just like Poroshenko, they're quite animated at the victimization of non-whites. We, on the other hand, we don't want anybody to be victimized, and then normal folks will come on over. What are your thoughts?
Very good. Yeah. My idea was like maybe point out that, well, whoever created this ideology was an anti-white.
Yes.
He chose. We always push that anti-whiteism is a choice, but race is immutable. We do not condemn anyone for their immutable characteristics, but we do condemn people who choose to be anti-white.
Precisely.
So just point that out. Their race doesn't matter, but they chose to be anti-white. We could go with that, yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is depending upon the audience, it's going to have either a big impact or big effect or a colossal effect. There's not going to be a weak effect there, unless it's just a bunch of anti-whites, and then there's no use in talking to them. But if you've got anybody else present there, and they're hearing you say the race doesn't matter, the race of that person doesn't matter, they're thinking the race of the person doesn't matter. So when you say it, you're gonna be speaking their secret thought at that moment. So when you say it doesn't matter what their race is, what matters is that they're coming to anti-white conclusions, they're victimizing Western kind. This is the great evil of our age. They will hear that, they will heed it, and then I know you all do, but these kind of messages I get from people who were recently conservatives, recently MAGA types, and they're very afraid. They're very new, and they're very afraid. Please don't tell anybody. Please don't tell anybody. And also ant-nats coming from these different groups that we've had some dust-ups with, writing me and saying, "Holy shit!" They don't allow us to talk about you. They don't allow us to ask questions about the arguments you make. And I come over and I tell us not to watch you. And then I come over and I watch and I realize, Jesus, everything here makes perfect sense. This is happening again and again. And the pace is increasing. So, man, Baldur, you guys are just magnificent. You're right in the same line of thinking there. And that's no wonder why the outreach team is kicking so much ass out there. Was there anything else? Did you have any other thoughts or questions?
No, not really.
All right. Well, brother, it is always.
Do you want to?
What's that?
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's always magnificent to hear your voice. And I'm going to send you a message this week about how I want to do some of the translation work with you on the show here moving forward. It's going to be better than we've been doing it, a much more sort of interactive way. I'm very excited about it because we want to honor and respect the work that I was speaking just this weekend about you and others who are doing this of your own volition because you see it working. You see it working in yourself. You see it working in your environment. And you are so selfless. You want to save the country you're in, one of our people's countries. and that we have to find ways to really honor all of these people. I know some of them don't want to be, they don't want to, they can't come forward, not even their voices, but we understand that. But otherwise, the ones who can, we're going to make it happen. So I bragged about you this weekend, and I'll send you a message. And what was the final thought that you had there, brother?
No, I was just going to ask, do you want to take 3 words or cherry pick the most important ones?
Well, I think what we'll do is we'll have you, I'll send you this message this week, and then either at a roll-in or the next Going Free, we'll begin this new approach. I think you're really going to like it. But I didn't have time to write you because I almost walked in the door right before starting, so there wasn't an opportunity. But I'll get with you. I'll get with you this week, brother. Big round of Rogers emojis for Baldor folks, and thank you so much for bringing that question up, because people are going to be facing it, and we'll talk with you next time.
Thank you so much. One final thing:
awesome,
the iteration 2. I'm very happy that it's out. I was checking No White Guilt collectibles.org. I kind of missed it, but did you say that if I buy it, it will be iteration 2?
Correct. Sure. Yeah. .com. I guess it does.
Oh, it's .com. Okay.
.org might I don't know, but it might also point there. But no White Guilt collectibles.com. If you purchase Go Free on there, even though it doesn't say iteration 2 yet, it's because I haven't. I'm one guy. I wish I had all those arms that weird god has in India, but I don't have them. But it'll be up there, and we'll make it happen. But yeah, if you purchase it from there, I will sign it, and it will be iteration 2.
Awesome.
All right, brother. Salute you. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That is pretty cool to hear Promethean Hails from our fiction book, Prometheus Rising, which I will be able to continue the pace of turning this into an audio book. We'll be able to pick up, because now that iteration 2 is once the Kindle version is finished, it'll be even more time dedicated to that, and that's going to be a lot of fun. But it's fun to hear Promethean Hails said in by Baldor with that accent of his, that wonderful Icelandic accent. We have wonderful languages, don't we? Wonderful accents, a beautiful people, Western kind. Let me tell you all about this lovely lady here. And we're going to be taking more calls tonight. We have Mr. V and Rory, if he can hang on for a bit. We have an author here. Wait a second. Where did it all go? Is it Betsy McCaughey? And she writes for the New York Post. And I think what I'll do is I will put her, well, I'll put all the links of everything I read in the description after the show. And she is a not just your typical author or typist in regime media. She's held some power in the system, and she, since I think maybe since February, has used anti-white. Now, if we look back here at February of this year, is that the earliest one I have here? We got August and we have May. So February, the title of one of her pieces is Biden's COVID relief bill is chock full of anti-white reverse racism. What do you see there? I love this woman. She doesn't have to go, she doesn't have to end up going free of the anti-white narrative. I'm still going to think she's great. If she'd start using the 5 key concepts, all 5, be marvelous. But you know what I love about Betsy is that she is answering the call to contend with the greatest evil of our age. And as you can see in February, it's clumsy at first. She still has this asinine statement, reverse racism. It's not her fault. There are people in the white sympathetic sphere who have been using that for decades. And I had just last year, a person you all know in the white sympathetic sphere argue with me in private about using reverse racism. And he used another sort of term as well. So just demonstrating that, high IQs aren't handed out to everybody. And so, but eventually it will seep into the sort of the atmosphere, the bloodstream. So you have this idiotic statement, this concept, reverse racism, that of course was given to us by anti-whites. So what happens? Betsy has been reading anti-white because of the work that undoubtedly because of the work that we are doing. And then you had people like, of course, everybody knows Tim Murdoch, and I still don't know if we can say the guy who he was a disciple. He was the protege of on YouTube. Not quite sure of it's like Wicker. It's like Wicker. But ears against the door. The ear is against the door. Back in 2010, 7, 8, 10. And of course, I started in 94 as best as I could. But we have great teams of people pushing like crazy over the past couple of years. And now you look at the graph of how often anti-whiteism is being used, and it's just like a hockey stick. It is what you want to have happen to your 401k, or it's what you want to have happen to your assets value. So it's because of the work. So she's out there, she's reading anti-white. So she says, it is anti-white. Then not only is she smart, but she's courageous enough to put it into her article. And yet she's still dragging that ball and chain of reverse racism on her ankle. But watch this. Let me just read the first couple of, I'll come back to it in a second. We jump on over to May of this year as well. And the title is Biden's overtly anti-white COVID rescue plan won't survive in court. Well, talk about an evolution. Anti-white reverse racism to anti-white. Now we jump even further and we see in August, Biden's infrastructure bill is chock full of anti-white racism. So you're still seeing that ball and chain a little bit. It's trying to get rid of those old habits. It's not easy. That's why Betsy needs friends. And we're going to be those friends. We're going to show up and we're going to tell Betsy how marvelous it is. And we're going to use her articles, and we're going to use the 5 key concepts so that she ends up using the 5. She'll say, oh my God, people in the community are using, it's like that crazy woman who was attacking yours truly. And she said, I would go to these meetings and everybody was these conservative meetings, and people all there were using anti-white, and Jason and these people going free. They're causing these people to say anti-white. No, we are those people at the parent-teacher association meetings. We are the moms and dads. We are those people. And we're going to make sure that Betsy knows that we are those people, and that once she realizes that there are communities out there who are using the 5 key concepts, she will feel more courage. And with that bravery will come more usage. She'll get rid of racism, which you even saw in the article from May, didn't even mention racism. And instead of saying anti-white racism, she'll say chock full of anti-whiteism. And then you'll read into her articles. So we've got this: polls show Americans support the federal COVID-19 relief bill. But if they knew what's in it, they might feel differently. The bill is an affront to the American ideal of equal treatment under law, and a slap in the face of people who want everyone helped fairly. That's what we want. We want everyone helped fairly, which means we have to put an end to the evil of our age. Do you see how getting into these threads and saying such things, speaking from our heart, what we really believe, how much of an impact that will have on people like Betsy? Folks, I'm not going to tell you, she had power. So she's not just some journalist. So she's a very courageous lady. Maybe she ends up, being frightened off. Who knows? But until then, we're going to make sure that she knows that she's not alone, that she knows that she's not just standing on a hill that she has to die on, No, she's standing on a hill that we're going to hold, because we're going to come up beside her shoulder to shoulder, and we're going to let her know that she's not alone in being the moral champion of our age. I'm going to jump on over to the May article. She says, Team Biden, at the first paragraph, Team Biden is poised to hand out billions of dollars to what it misleadingly labels, quote, socially disadvantaged, close quote, farmers, restaurateurs, and other business owners hurt by the lockdowns. The money will start flowing to them in early June, provided that they don't have white skin. Now, so close, Betsy, so close. Provided that they are not Westmen, provided that they're not white people, provided that they're not members of Western kind. Why are those iterations better than white skin? Because race is not skin deep. It goes to the very core of our being. Nobody is less based on any immutable characteristic, but we are no longer going to ignore the fact that every time somebody talks about race or a people as though it is just a amount of melanin in their skin, we will correct them, because it is an affront to our dignity, and we are asserting that we have dignity, and we will not be offended anymore. We will not take the offense in silence. I am a member of Western kind. I am a white man. I am not a percentage of melanin in my skin. And they don't do that to any other race of people. When they talk about black people, they talk about all of their cultural achievements and all of their dance and all of their music. And they don't do that for us. It's just a percentage of melanin in the skin. Go straight to hell. So we're going to get to Betsy and how we're going to do it. We're going to talk about the fact that, Betsy, you're writing a great article. We're not just white skin. We're Westmen. We're members of Western kind. And this thing about, like, with the ant gnats not liking Westmen, this is one of those words that it's going to be so futile identifier to push back against, and then in so many years people are going to be saying it. It's just going to be like a name in a house. It's going to be smoothly said, and no one will have any issue with it whatsoever, who is a sane white person. Then, okay, so those are her articles. We will reach out to her. That was that August? That was May. In August, the infrastructure bill by the Senate Tuesday discriminates against white people at every turn. That's the first sentence of Betsy's article, and this is over at the New York Post. Let's make sure that Betsy knows she has friends. She is going in the right direction. Are we smart? Are we trying to change the world? She's got an audience. Let's get active, and let's make sure that we reach her, and therefore she reaches her audience with things that are far healthier than our people have consumed in the past. And we'll be right back.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
all the way back to the start. Blood lines the worlds apart. Take me back to the start. Swing me back in time to the origin unknown. So far and incredibly close. Counting down to one.
And as all things have been and arose from one by the mediation of one, so all things have their birth from this one thing by adaptation.
I am the one and the all unseen through the unreaching further beyond. Born of the twilight undone, giving birth to the sun and all things to come.
All right, folks, that is Dystopian Park and Hyrith spinning on the record player. Wouldn't that be cool? But we're going to get right back to it right after this. All right, let's jump on over to the content creator to share today, and that is Budapest Babe. This is looks like on YouTube. Just type into your search engine. This is the title to the channel, Budapest Babe. All one word, no underscores or dashes there. A content creator who has been making clips, and we want to bring some attention to Budapest Babe. So if nobody can find Budapest Babe, just let me know after the gathering. We'll jump on over to the announcements. That video that I showed you all a little earlier, pardon me, where is it? Where I'm speaking in the beginning, and then it goes to, I guess I can show it again really quickly. I'm going to be calling Mr. V in a moment. Who is next in the queue, and then Rory, if he's still up. Those are the folks we have in the queue for today. Maybe a roll-in this week, and gathering, of course, on Sunday. This is a Flash Gorgon, and let's get a big round of applause for this wonderful little video that he made, and we'll be able to use here on Going Free gatherings.
They are not opposing white supremacy. They are not opposing white nationalism. They are not opposing white separatism. They are opposing white identity. They are opposing white people.
That was wonderful. And the more that we have folks doing things like this, thank you so much, Flash Gorgon, for that. I also have that little still there of Go Free, which we used at the beginning. The more that we are doing these sort of things, we're self-starting and making it happen, the more we're going to be reaching people like Betsy, for example, who will be able to reach more folks with her power and the articles that she's writing. So let's keep doing. And another thing is, I mean, we can't look for, the kind of money. I mean, this is the money that funded Richard Spencer, the money that has funded behind the scenes from different, old guard, old white sympathetic groups. It's not going to come to something novel like Going Free. I mean, these people are really just demonstrating it. If they're going to give money at all, it's going to be toward playing the villain. Because that's all they've ever known, and they keep thinking that for some of them that's all they've ever known. They keep thinking that we'll just fund another play the villain endeavor, and this one will be the one that we play that we LARP well enough that it somehow works. Somehow we march and take the streets. My God, talk about boys and the men of bodies. Well, some of their bodies are not really manly. Most of them actually not very manly. But anyhow, I think I kind of have like I know some other guys. I've certainly, Fornull is like a ninja. And who else is the martial? Imminent Rain, also martial arts master. And then so is, I think, American Zarathustra. I think some of us, we have like gravity, and some sort of weird gravitational pull. We pull the manliness out of the other males. So then they're just left with these effete jelly bodies and brains, and all they can do then is LARP like little boys. So when people like Flash Gorgon can make these wonderful clips, and I mentioned for Null several times, it does great work, and that sort of thing. I God bless every single one of you who financially gift, because there like I said, there are white old guard folks who have money. They could gift bigger than we've been able to witness, bigger than we've received. They can gift, but they're not because they're just in these little clubs of do nothing and but commiserate, and they're not financing. Thank God, I guess they're not financing Richard Spencer types anymore. But like I said, there are some out there who they haven't lost their. Some of them, it's interesting, and I will share this from sort of behind the scenes. Some of them who fund villainy playing, playing the antagonist in the anti-white narrative, they're not actually villains themselves. They're white sympathetic. They're not white positive, but they don't actually hold the same sort of ideologies or the same sort of belief or the same sort of malevolence or the same sort of desire to harm or whatever it might be. They just want to end the harm that's being done to us. But they think it has to look like 1930s Germany or Italy. It's just asinine. And you can't talk them out of their stupidity. And you can't even, and it's hard to get before them and have them see the successes, because you have all of these little small dick energy yapping dogs all around them saying, no, he's got different concepts. He's got different concepts than the anti-whites want us to use. And so then they don't look. They don't look. And that's where we are. We got to just, so all together, us working class folks, we're going to have to pool in service to white well-being, our money, our talent, our time, our intelligence. I'm giving you all I can, and I know so many of you others are giving all that you can. I mean, for God's sakes, I got Fornullo in the brain. That guy is an absolute machine. I think one of these days we'll find out that he's actually a machine. But until then, I am excited that he continues to do so many wonderful things. And there is another one that we're going to recognize right now, because we love segues that work, who does magnificent work. Can't even say, because a lot of this work is done anonymously, but we're going to recognize him for the work that we know he does and work that he may do. Who knows? Alt Voices Portal. Is that what he is? This is a magnificent champion. He creates it's the Eclipse, isn't it? Or is that the name of the channel? Alt Voices Clips, Alt Voices Portal, Alt Voices nonetheless. Big round, please, of raucous emojis for this champion. A tireless champion, tireless. And again, I mean, this is where we have to make sure that we recognize the good work that people are doing. And there's a lot of good work coming out of this individual. Very excited, very happy. Love him. Thank you so much for your service to white well-being. A true champion for white well-being. Let's also recognize a new video maker today in the announcements. And we're going to jump over to our mailbag, thaumaturgical mailbag, in just a moment. And then our calls mixed in with a couple of comments that I have here from threads. But a new content creator that was brought to my attention. The channel is called, I'm not sure how to pronounce this, El Buscador de la Verdad. El Buscador de la Verdad. Birded. El Buscador. Bryce is on the end of it. So I will, let me see. Well, it's YouTube. So I can share that in the description after the show. This is the name of the channel. And from what I could tell, the little clips that were sent me, it's a guy. He's going free now, and I don't know how new or into it he is, but he's making videos and using white well-being, anti-whiteism. So big round of applause for Bryce for the great work that he is seemingly just beginning. And we want you to go really far, brother. Get as white positive as you can. Go free. Tap into those talents and abilities that you have been unable to access. And you're going to go really far. And we're going to recognize you for your efforts and service. Just think about it, though. I mean, isn't it wonderful that we can come together this way? And we can come together this way with our talents, with our money, with our time. And you have these guys from the old guard who just sitting back and with money that, I mean, they're not wealthy like a palaces or anything of that man, like Trump or something. But I mean, still, they could give what we all could give one day and probably do it with very little pain. But instead, they're not doing it. They just want to commiserate until they step into the casket, or they're going to fund Aunt Nat Nitwittery. Idiots. So, I guess for some, when you get old, you do get dumb. Others, they get brought with wisdom. They grow. Their intelligence grows. But others, they just get dumb. But some of them can't be blamed because they've got these little small dick energy yapping dogs hustling around all around them. No, don't look over there. No. One of the people who is a true champion in the mailbag, we're going to jump to real quick. We'll come back because we got one more announcement, is Randy. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard that I get letters in the mailbag from Randy from time to time, financially gifting $10. Thank you so very much, good brother, especially after this weekend. trying to get the attention. And you talk to these guys. I've talked to them for years. Talk to these guys, and you're like, well, so you heard about all the successes we're having. Put this down. Hear about all the successes we're having? Yes. Yeah. Hear about all these? Yes. Yes. And so now you're ready to get involved. You're ready to. Well, I'm thinking about moving to Russia. Oh, really? You are a bitch. I'm not literally a bitch, but no. I mean, just this run away. I mean, you have an opportunity to make a change in the world. Sometimes, when guys are talking, we can be a little rough around the edges with each other. But yeah, don't run away. Don't run away. What are you going to do? You're going to run away and run to some other country, and then I guess I don't just sit there until you die. I mean, that doesn't sound like much of a life. Not in the fight. If you want to move to Russia because for other reasons, but you're going to finance because you have the money to do so, going free, then make that happen. But don't just move there as a way to craven yourself into oblivion. Geez, some of these guys I had quite a bit of respect for. Good guys. And boy, they pulled the plug on the respect level when you're talking like that. But I understand where people are coming from. They just need to stop reflecting on their habits. They need to become habituated to something new. We also wanted to announce Franklin Peanut, ladies and gentlemen, a new practitioner of the practice of going free, the anti-white narrative. And you're not going to believe this, but he has found, I think over 100, certainly by now, over 100 posters for going free, sharing nowhiteguilt.org in his town. He's finding them everywhere. So let's get a big raucous round of emojis for Franklin. God bless you, brother. That's how you start. That's how you jump in. You say that you are a man of action. You're going to be. I mean, this is, men of action, men of the West. I'm talking about men. Not you can be a brave boy. I was a brave boy in junior high school, wasn't I? When I decided that I was gonna stand up for Western kind at 11, 12, and 13 years of age, and I kept making the decision I was going to do it even though I was scared, I was being a very brave boy. But when you become an adult, you don't want to keep being a brave boy. So going out into a street with a street banner and playing the villain, essentially, potentially getting punched or shot or whatever it is, that is a demonstration of bravery, that you're going out there where you might get shot or you might get doxxed. It's also a demonstration of stupidity, but you're being a brave boy. And if you're not 11, 12, or 13, you really need to stop. You need to be a brave man. You need to be a man of the West. And being a man of the West means not only do you do things that you have been called to put an end to anti-whiteism, but you do them intelligently and you do them effectively. And we're seeing in Franklin Peanut somebody who has stepped right up and said, done with the brave boy stuff, ready to make a difference in the world. And we're seeing that with so many people. And I love every one of you. Thank you so much, Franklin Peanut, a great new champion. And we'll continue to bring him the best. And folks, don't ever lament when somebody who shows up and they go away. We want them to go away. It's like you have the team and the sports team, for example, or your sales team or whatever it might be. And you have a bunch of people show up, people get hired, or people come on, they make the cut. And then they end up not being, their heart's not in it. They're not going to be as productive or as much of a participant as you want or need them to be for success. They're not pulling their load and more. Then we want them to go away. And so when they go, every time I've managed people and losers have quit, and they can go be winners someplace else maybe. But when the losers have quit, I've said, good, because now I don't have to fire them. I'm glad they just quit. When you lay down, this is what's going to be expected of you, then people who find that they know, who knows them better than themselves. Sometimes people don't know themselves, but they know that they're not going to be able to cut it and they leave good. Let them go. I'm glad that they do. Okay, I think that is everybody on the announcements. And we we hit the mailbag. I'm going to place a call in just 1 second. Mr. V, get ready. Right now, first, we're going to read Western Sunrise. I've managed to inject the term anti-white into my friend circles. It was harder than pulling teeth. But now that it's there, it's sticking. I'm going to read this one more time because I know some of those guys who maybe were at the conference and they're thinking, I'll just check it out. Turn up the hearing aid now. Turn it up. Western Sunrise. I've managed to inject the term anti-white into my friend circle. It was harder than pulling teeth, but now that it's there, it's sticking. Anti-white was the concept that destroyed the West. Racism was the concept that destroyed the West. Anti-white is the concept that destroys racism. He writes on, a small victory, but a meaningful one, beyond meaningful, beyond what you can fully comprehend, what any of us can fully comprehend. Only time, only historians with fabulous vocabularies will be able to fully explain how meaningful it is. And so, you know what else about these little yappy dogs with their small dick energy running around these older guys that have money, and they're saying, no, don't listen to them. You know, one of the things they say is none of those, we also see it in the Ant Nats, none of those people writing are real. Jason just makes he has hundreds and hundreds and thousands of accounts. So if you're not a bot, what is that old song? I guess if you're not a bot, clap your hands. If you're not a bot, clap your hands. If you're not one of Jason's accounts, clap your hands, because these little Chihuahua small dick energy running around the guys with a little bit of money, they are telling everybody that you're not real. You're not real. Naderific writes here, one of the outlets where we have been campaigning for some. I love that visual of those, because that's exactly what they are. They're like little short-haired Chihuahuas. Little short-haired Chihuahuas. One of those outlets, but they're fun dogs, by the way. One of those outlets where we have been campaigning for some time recently posted some articles where they referred to non-whites as such, as non-whites, rather than using the anti-white term minorities. And they use the term border crossers. Yeah, and we've talked about this the other day from Naderific. This is magnificent. So they've been using the average team non-white border crosser in these articles, and then what ends up happening? We get the concepts that win for white well-being into titles, into the stories, into the headlines. Azimuth Clark writes here, Promethean Hales, the Officer Tantrum channel, an ex-police officer and black man, using, quote, anti-white narrative, close quote, in his title today, writes Azimuth Clark. Anti-white narrative. I wonder what group. Promethean Hales, the Officer Tantrum channel, an ex-police officer and a black man, used anti-white narrative in his title today. Not only are the 5 key concepts being circulated in the white well-being community from white people, but I am seeing tremendous support from non-white advocates for white well-being. Tommy Sotomayor, who is also black and an advocate for white well-being, uses the same dialectics. Tommy, whom I followed for years, speaks about how the well-being of whites is also the well-being of others. Magnificent. Magnificent. Do you think you could get to that? Do you think you could get to these people by going to them and saying, you should be a black supremacist, and then we should be allies against, I mean, come on. How stupid. Azimuth Clark goes on, I've noticed the term anti-white being used now on CNN, the New York Post, the New York Times. I have seen anti-whiteism and anti-white narrative being used by YouTubers with a few million subscribers. These YouTubers stream with other content creators who also have hundreds of thousands to millions of subscribers as well. I'm seeing increasing support from non-white, white well-being advocates. 3 exclamation points. The dialectics of going free works, exclamation point. Use the 5 key concepts. Vagues are seeing these terms on CNN and Fox. Now, does that embolden you? Does that convince you? Does that get you excited? The curative contagion of going free being used, as Azimuth Clark notes, by, for example, YouTubers, and this is something we rarely talk about, who have subscriber counts in the millions, using anti-white narrative, and on shows with other content creators with hundreds of thousands of subs. It's happening like this. We've got to keep pushing, and we are going to be the ones who make it into the storybooks in the future, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make a call real quick. We'll come back to some of these, and but right now it's time for Mr. V.
Hey, how's it going, brother?
Oh my gosh, I am elated. How are you doing? And what is on your mind?
I'm fired up. I've been working out. I get the best workouts when I'm listening to this Going Free stream.
Oh,
and
that's
there's just
awesome.
so much energy in the chat. So get to work out, take a break, go in the chat. It's fantastic.
That is awesome.
Quick point, brother, before I get to the Canada stuff, I just wanted to say that I wish I could talk more about the kind of stuff that I do among the white sympathetic sphere, trying to bring them over to white well-being. But that point that you made about them saying that you create these accounts, etc., this is why I advocate that we interact with them and walk among them, if you will, because they can't deny it if you're among them.
Right.
And they can't speak ill of you when you're among them. You quickly shut that down. Someone talking ill about you, I quickly shut that down. And I let them know, hey, have some dignity, have some honor, be a white man. You wouldn't say this to the person, to their face. You wouldn't have the guts to. And this is someone who's fighting for white well-being. Can't you have some goddamn respect?
Right.
So all that stuff gets shut down. You bring people over, they hear a message that they've never heard before, and they're always impressed with it. They're always amazed. So I highly advocate that our people walk among white sympathetic spheres. Dare I even say infiltrate white sympathetic groups? That's all I'll say about that without giving away too much. And if you do, and you can lead them in a better direction, because we cannot leave them to wander by themselves. They're going to harm us if we don't lead them in a white positive direction.
Yeah, 100% agree. That's a brilliant point. And thank you for making it. And thank you for telling folks or admonishing them to, if they see people saying that sort of thing, to get in there among them and have the conversations, because obviously we have an entire community of wonderful, good people who are practicing going free of the anti-white narrative and making wonderful changes in their own lives and in the lives of those around them. It could not possibly be me. But yeah, the thing is, you just have these little hairless, we'll call them hairless because I don't think there's such a thing, a hairless chihuahua. And they're just yapping away around these guys who have a little bit more money and doing everything they can to prevent. I mean, could you imagine, Mr. V, what we could do if we had the financial support that Richard Spencer got from behind the scenes? I mean, it would be magnificent, the things that we could accomplish with that kind of financial support. He lived and he, as a trust fund baby, didn't have to spend any of his own money. They paid for a condo for him and airline trips for him and venue costs for him and legal costs for him, everything. Had plenty of money for Spencer. We would go to the stars overnight with going free. But yeah, you've got these hairless chihuahuas running around them, preventing them from seeing the truth. So we're just going to have to continue to do what we're doing and continue succeeding, because, look at Betsy, for example, a great example of exactly what we're talking about, how you have these touches, and we are the people in the parent-teacher association groups. We are the the ordinary white folks out there with who are moral. We obey the law. We are patriots of our countries. And when we have these contacts with these people, and more, because, it's easy to do this. What Betsy, she has contact, then she's going to be communicating to everybody she writes, everybody she talks to. And that's how the curative contagion grows and spreads in a way that nothing like it has been done before. So it's a great point. I really appreciate it. Now, what did you have on your mind, though? Because I know you wanted to call in for a different purpose today.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about Canada. And one final point about what we've been discussing: target men with families. I've noticed this over and over again. The guys who are more open to going free, and not all white sympathetic groups are the same. Some are more predisposed to going free than others. So select well. Don't be going to NJP and TRS. That's over. Those people they have an interest, a vested interest in going against going free. But other groups in the white sympathetic sphere, they'll be more predisposed to our message. But the fathers, they want to hear it. Why? Because their wives don't want to hear about, their stupid 6-hour documentary.
Right.
They're right.
Yeah.
Their girlfriends are not interested. They have children. They're wondering, how can I homeschool my child? And you've got it. You've got the perfect solution. You've got answers. They're wondering, how can I bring people over? They don't know how to bring over their friends. Their thoughts about white well-being are basically closeted. And you've got the answers to all of that. So go to those men, go to the best men, go to the serious men, and bring them over. And if you bring over those men, the pressure will be on those white sympathetic groups to go free or die. Die as groups, I mean.
Right. That's exactly right. Brilliantly stated. And thank you for stating it. I could see, and then I'll let you, get on with your points, brother. But folks, if you can, and this is, go to the guys with families, or the guys who are trying to get a girl and have family. You're not, let me just be realistic just for a moment, a very small tangent, but it's just that, guys, if you are going out into the world and you have one of these ant-nat ideas, you're stuck on this sort of a thing, the number of women who are going to be, first of all, the number of women who are going to be interested in you at all is going to be pathetically small. The number of those women that are interested in you, invested in that sort of thing, who are good people, that's even smaller than that small number. So the odds that you're going to find one that is going to be of that small number and then of that small number is pretty darn slim. And then she might not be slim, if you know what I'm talking about. She might, you have really narrowed it down to a very select few. And the percentage then of those that are going to be, I don't know, maybe your equivalent in looks is going to be even smaller. So you're going to, if you're a man with a family, or a man who wants to have a family, a man who wants to find that woman and then live this life, make this your life, for God's sake, have meaning. What else are you going to do? Are you just going to, you all are going to just get into the produce and consume? No, live a life worth living, live a life worth telling your children, tell your grandchildren about. That's the life that I would want to live, that and all of these people do. So I would say that as well. Those guys who are looking for a woman or to start that family, and also, of course, the same thing with women. You're not going to, the kind of guys that you're going to find who are good guys and who are close to you in looks, who are also invested in some sort of playing the antagonist in the anti-white narrative, that's going to be a tiny number. You're going to run into far more who are very problematic, who have many skeletons in the closet. So I've spoken with a lot of these people, and they and part of the reason why they end up with so many skeletons is because they become the villain in somebody else's story. Big surprise. But yeah, absolutely. If you're one of those guys, you need to get into going free. This is what your wife, this is what your prospective girlfriend is going to want to hear and be a part of instead of, and something that's also, by the way, that's effective for those children that she's going to want to live in a world that is safe, has rule of law, and etc. as you all get older. So those are some really great points. But the only thing I wanted to tack on to that is that, like, if I had to have somebody explain something to my mother, would I want Mr. V, or would I want, name any Ant Nat leader out there? I mean, I would much rather have Mr. V talking to my mother, because I want somebody that has sense, that is all of those has all of those human, I guess, traits and components of personality that are ordinary, that are normal, or maybe extraordinary, and will be able to empathize and sympathize and be tactful, and all of these. You don't find that in these other areas. So that's another way of just sort of way of looking at it. And I really appreciate you bringing that up. These are important points, and you always bring up important points. And the one that I know you want to bring up is anti-whiteism in Canada, and it is running amok. Tell us about it.
This past year has been some of the worst anti-whiteism I've seen. There's been the issue of Indians here in Canada and the hate hoax that claims that our people slaughtered them, genocided them for no reason whatsoever. Mm-hmm. The whole residential school incident. Of course, you never hear about all of those Indian children who enjoyed their time, and those schools were heavily segregated. They spent time with their own kind. You never hear about the impoverished families they came from, the education they got. Of course, no anti-white would ever talk to you about child mortality rates or diseases or anything like that. No, this is a totally fabricated anti-white narrative, a complete hate hoax that has run throughout the country, a massive white guilting of our people.
My gosh.
There's been that, and now, and here's the thing for everyone who loves to hyper-focus on the puppies, instead of realizing that our greatest enemies are the anti-whiteism within us and the white anti-whites among us.
Yep.
So Bill C-230, a bill about environmental racism, was proposed by a white anti-white woman. Not by a puppy, by a white anti-white woman.
Yep.
And if it passes, it is going to make Canada one of the first countries to have a national strategy to combat environmental racism.
Oh my God.
And we all know what that means. And they wanted, the point is to get it done within 2 years. But of course, it's just a foot in the door, right? It's just another anti-white precept to reach anti-white conclusions.
Precisely. That is dreadful. I hadn't even heard. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Environmental racism. And of course,
yeah, if you want, I can send you an article related to it after the call.
Please do. So maybe I'll roll in with it or read it next Sunday. Yeah, please do. I'm very interested in that. It's absolutely unconscionable, the kinds of things that and this is a really important point. And it actually, Mr. V, this speaks directly to what we were talking about earlier about shaming anti-whites. The group of anti-whites that are most susceptible to being shamed are the white ones. So this is why it's so important that we talk about how shameful it is to be so immoral as anti-white, and to be for it. You have to be firm. And folks, if you're out there and your eyes are open, you see what's going on in the world, how could you not be firm about the fact that we are being victimized, and that anyone who would endorse that is immoral, is unethical? And let them know, tell them how disgusting they are. You know who does that without any shame whatsoever is Irish Ice. That champion, he will. I've seen videos. He's not like aggressive, like he's trying to fight somebody, but he'll tell them that they're immoral, they're unethical, and for being anti-white. And then people, of course, I'm telling you, white people, they really don't like it. But this is the evil of our age, and we need to confront white anti-whites, especially because those are the folks that are far more harmful to Western kind than any other race of people. I don't give we had this, I was on PWR last week, and I don't know how many people saw it, but there was a exchange between Mark and I, and Mark was a person had financially gifted, and asked, "Isn't the problem that not enough people know about the puppies? Isn't that like the main problem? And we could make things better." Henrik was on with us, and it was toward the end. If you want to look it up, folks. And Henrik's answer was that, well, he thinks that enough information about the puppies is out there or something. Of course, that's accepting the premise, and we're adults, so we can disagree, and I disagree there. Otherwise, I think Henrik is magnificent, so no big issue there. But his idea, that this premise that people need to know about how many puppies own this or own that. All that matters is the anti-white conclusions. So anyhow, when I got an opportunity to speak to it, I said the problem was the question. The premise of the question was that things would get better if more people. First of all, and I didn't say this then, but if I'm just thinking of it now, let me rephrase, all of the people in power, government, banks, they all already know who runs and owns these things. They already know who the owners are. So who is there left to tell except the least powerful people? And that's going to accomplish what? Nothing. So this is, anyhow, so then Mark tried to say, well, I'm not quite sure, and I'd have to ask him again, so I'm not going to speak for him, but he said, so this particular group, they own Hollywood, or mostly, it's not every single entity, but mostly. And if they weren't hypocritical, denying white people X and then fighting for X for their people somewhere else on the globe, then wouldn't things be better? And I pointed out, he just wanted a yes, or in fact, he says it's a simple yes or no. But of course it's not, because there's a premise there. And the premise is that if you remove this one thing from the body of Western kind, everything is better. So, and that of course is erroneous in my opinion. And I think Mark believes it's actually erroneous too. I mean, just that you can't remove one thing and everything would be better. And so I pointed out, well, what if they were all, if it were all Arabs that owned Hollywood, or all Asians who owned Hollywood? The bottom line is that if the people who own and run Hollywood weren't anti-white, then things would be better. So things would be better if they weren't anti-white. And so I could agree on that part of the statement. The focus is what's important, because that determines whether it is an act of love or an act of, I don't want to necessarily say an act of victimization, an act focused on the warts of another group. So that's where we ended up. We had a little bit of a disagreement, but essentially agreeing that, whatever group is in charge of Hollywood, if they're not anti-white, things will be better for us. The bottom line, and I also said, well, what if white people control? So the bottom line, though, is, as I pointed out, the biggest problem is the white anti-whites. That's our biggest problem. How do you deal with them? You shame the hell out of them with the concepts of going free. And you say it with force and meaning, because we are in the right. We are the moral ones, agents of this age. It's kind of been the theme of this stream, and it's important, though. So in Canada, where you have so many wonderful, wonderful white, I've met wonderful Canadian. In fact, there's a Canadian gentleman that I wanted to speak with this weekend and didn't get an opportunity to. He's a great, great guy, and he and his wife, and so many wonderful Canadian brothers and sisters. But there are some that these wonderful folks who, just like elsewhere, just like in the States and everywhere else, who are stricken with the idea that they have something to make up for, that Canada somehow existed without us, and that we stole it from Some other group of people, or groups of people, by the way, it's groups of people. They were not. There was no country, of course, but of course, consult CNN. There was no country there. We showed up and built a country, and now we have so many of our people believing that we need to make amends, and it's by way of white guilt. So they have a need. They have a need to feel guilt. Well, they can feel guilt about something that they're actually responsible for, and that is inflicting injury on Western kind, and in particular, our weakest members. So let's make sure that they feel that guilt every day of their lives. But what else are your thoughts on it, brother?
As always, you're 100% correct. I've mentioned this to people in the white sympathetic sphere to get them away from this hyper focus on puppies, because all of that attention that they're focusing on puppies is missing the point. They're not focusing on anti-whites. If our people talked about white children and the well-being of white children as much as they talk about puppies, we would have recaptured our destiny decades ago.
You're right.
100%. The point is, yeah. But how rarely do you hear white sympathetics talk about white children? We're the only ones who talk about white children. We're the only ones, and that tells you everything.
Yeah.
But what I tell white sympathetics is, you don't hate puppies. You don't have a problem with puppies. You have a problem with anti-whiteism. You have a problem with the fact that many of these puppies are anti-white. If they were not anti-white and they were just another group, you wouldn't have a problem with them. You wouldn't even notice them. You wouldn't even give a damn. It's the anti-whiteism that comes out of that community that you have a problem with. It's anti-whiteism that you should focus on. That's what you have a problem with. And who cares what race they are if they're anti-white? They could be aliens, like you said before, brother. It could be any animal, any organism. What matters is the anti-whiteism. And white anti-whites are the worst anti-whites, because there's nothing more evil, nothing more ugly than hating your own kind. There's nothing more evil than that.
Beautifully said. That was fantastic. Yep. There's nothing more ugly than that. That's beautifully said. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, and here in Canada, we have highly active federal agents who are anti-white, and they are looking to harm our people. In some cases, they're more active than those in the US. And these are the kind of people that, if they know, they have an inkling that maybe you care about white well-being and you're walking with your girlfriend, these are the kind of scum that will call out her name to scare her.
Oh.
That's what they do. That's the kind of stuff that they do, not an exaggeration. That's what they do here.
Jeez.
That's the kind of scum. And they try to intimidate you and go up to you and pretend to be buddies with you and all of that kind of stuff. So I fully believe that in Canada, our people need Go Free more than anything. The white erasure here is so fast. It is so fast. And our people here are so deracinated and so white guilted. So my final question, brother, because I know we've been running for a while, is what do you think about the creation of, I wouldn't say Go Free groups yet, but small Go Free gatherings between individuals, maybe 2 people, maybe 3, maybe 4, in the same way that kind of Nat Connect does it?
Yes.
Would you support that? And if I started something like that, would you be all right with it?
Well, brother, I'm going to tell you right now. I will get you, of course. You let me know how you would like to receive. I should view, depending on I'm not going to say what country you might be in, although you've alluded to it a couple times, but you might have to use a VPN in order to download a digital copy, Kindle copy of Go Free Second Edition Iteration 2. But you're going to find in that book the first mention, rolling this out, because of course, leave it to Mr. V to be bright enough to say and to be able to feel out and sense that, okay, now seems like the right time. Indeed, we're going to be talking about going free clubs in Iteration 2. So let's message more about that, and let me get you the book as quickly as possible, and we'll move forward with that. But yes, and we'll talk more about, maybe I'll do a during the lesson of the day on the Going Free. We'll talk about these Going Free clubs and how they can work together. Well, and with your concept, which was the White Wellbeing friend? Is that what it was?
It was Going Free Friend.
Going Free Friend. Yes, that's right. It's in the book. Going Free Friend. And that, of course, stems from the fact, folks, that when you're learning something new, if you have somebody or people, and this can become like a club, then you are able to grow so much faster, so much broader and deeper than you otherwise would. Teaching what you learn is going to more firmly secure it in your mind and therefore habituate you to it. Really a way to change rapidly. But I want to hear because this is just kind of it's like the kiss and ride where you drop people off. It's kind of just introducing the subject matter, and at least actually now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think we had to trim some of iteration 2 out. I don't think it was one of the things that was trimmed out. So I'll check to get it just to everybody ASAP. But there'll be more on it in iteration 3, which will probably be about 2 or 3 months out, maybe 4. But and I want to hear your thoughts on it. So yes, my answer to your question is yes. Let's talk about it and what you want to do, because it sounds exactly like you're thinking right along the lines of, and we must be on telepathically communicating. Thinking right along the lines of the direction that we're going. That's awesome.
It's almost like we're connected by this biospiritual force.
It's almost like it, yeah. It's almost like it's real. It keeps happening again and again.
It's very real. Yeah, as you say in Crucible, brother, it's a power that requires no faith.
Precisely. Well, we love you, and thank you so very much. Send me what your thoughts are on that, and then next week we'll have you back on again. We'll talk more about it.
Sounds great, brother. One thing, I sent you the updated infographic. I extended it, the text, enlarged it so that the reading is better. If you find that it fits your standards, please put it in the download section of the website if you think it'd be a good idea to do so.
Yes, that's the infographic, and then there were 2 other like memes or something I saw there. Is that what they were?
Those were promotional posters for the Go Free stream. It's got the Sunday and 5 p.m. ET, and then it's got 2 of your video platforms, and of course Twitter. So people will know where to find you.
Oh, so I could put those up on my website for people to be able to download and use or copy and paste. Is that right?
Yeah, and if you want, I can also put the website at the very bottom. But I think if they just search No White Guilt on either YouTube, Odysee, or on Twitter, they'll find you. So It's got the Eindelen, it says Go Free with No White Guilt. Nice. And then it's got YouTube, Odysee, or Twitter. And then the other version I sent too, the other version just has Instagram. So one is with Odysee, the other with Instagram.
Awesome.
Depending on what people want. Yeah.
Well, thank you so very much for all of your service. You're one of the absolute best. Promethean hails to you, brother.
Promethean hails, brother. Take care.
All right, you too. Bye-bye. All right, we'll be calling Rory in just a minute. I'm going to take a look at what you all are saying because I don't want to neglect everybody. How long? We're like 30 minutes away, aren't we? We got to finish up, or 20 minutes away. We got to finish up quickly because at minimum or max, we can't go beyond 4 hours. So I'm going to quickly look over at D Live to see if I'm tagged by anybody for questions or comments. I don't see any tags. So good, I didn't miss anybody there. What about Odysee? Any tag? Looks like we have Birdie Bassett gifting 5 library coins. Thank you so very much. And writes, enjoying Prometheus Rising. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. I cannot wait to be done. Well, not done. I mean, the work on it is not it's a work of love. It's fantastic. But to be working on Prometheus Rising audiobook is a great joy. But I'm excited to get it finished so that I can get it out to all of you and be able to share it. Over here on let's check out Cash App, and we have that one lady you all know and have come to love. I love Jesus Christ. Thank you so much, sweet sister. Financially gifting $10 US. And she writes here for White Wellbeing. She knows that it's the well-being of everyone if we put an end to the victimization of Western kind. Are you a Christian? Are you a Catholic? Do you care about your religion? Do you care about everybody as God admonishes you to? If you do, then you have someone here in I Love Jesus Christ who has been showing up month after month after. How long have you been? Like a year and a half, or how long? And I Love Jesus Christ, financially gifting week after week after week. This is a very religious Christian. So you have somebody here who is leading the way. Wouldn't be here if this was the kind of place that was an affront to Christianity or Catholicism. Time for you to get involved. God bless you, sister. Thank you so very much. You know, you do a grand testament to both White Wellbeing and Jesus Christ, Christianity, every time you do that. And so bless you. I really appreciate you and your service to White Wellbeing. Mr. Fookers over here has tagged me, I think. Where did the screen go? Mr. Fookers says, I love that segment, Jason. You kicked ass at that argument. I like Mark, but he's talking about the Mark. Well, I appreciate that. I don't think it was kicking ass. I mean, I think Mark was, well, let me read the rest of your comment. I like Mark, but your argument totally flew over his head. I hope he comes around soon. I think that, Mark was trying to make the point that some other group of people are problematic for our people because of some double standards, some hypocrisy on their part, and that if they weren't in his, as he was articulating, hypocrites or have double standards, then there wouldn't be a problem. But my position is that removing this one group's hypocrisy, if the hypocrisy is real, because this is a lot of people who talk about that other group of folks, they will give exceptions. They'll say, well, not this particular and not that particular and not that particular, group or of that group. Or so why not just point out the anti-whites? That's just point out when any group of people is being anti-white. So that's my position. But he's pointing out something that is, he's a good guy, and we had a little bit of a different opinion there, and it's okay. We're both adults, and we can work together despite having some differences of opinion, because that's normal, that's human. So there's no, I'll say this, he's a good guy. There's, I can say this for sure, he's a good guy, and there's no, how can I put it? There's no like ill will in his argument. There's no ill will in his argument. He absolutely means well. We just have a little bit of a different view of it. But thank you very much, though, Mr. Fookers, for the compliment nonetheless. I do appreciate it. You get a lot of, and I really do appreciate you all. And do that, we've mentioned before, where you can't, like, you have our artists, where you can't always purchase what they are producing. Maybe you don't want it, but be a good word, be a pat on the back, because they've got enough negative being said and enough negative people trying to pull them in negative directions. So be a pat on the back, be a good word. I love every kind word that you all give me, especially when you have, not only the anti-whites, but then you have white sympathetic people. Imagine how I feel. Try to imagine circulating in the white sympathetic sphere through different white sympathetic communities and groups, and making your arguments year after year after year, and you're doing that for decades. And when you have all along these failures of these other ideas, and then you get to the point where, okay, this is the ultimate failure. You guys have totally failed. You're bankrupt. There's nothing more that you have to try over. And then you have all of these hairless chihuahuas, preventing these people who could come forward with some decent money, preventing them from coming forward, or other folks preventing the others from having me as a speaker and speaking to their groups or what have you, preventing that from happening because of their little egos. I'm sure you were expecting me to say something else. Elaine says white men even get blamed for the weather. Yeah, it's true. They're saying that we're the cause of the weather being bad and the weather changing. Alex says, do you have time to read the environmental racism garbage? Would like to know what the anti-whites want to subject on our people in Canada with this. Well, send it to me. Not tonight, but it's the legislation. We could absolutely take a look at it and give you some points. Franklin writes, Paul Joseph White, and get ready, Roy, because you're going to be quick on a call, and we have 10.5 minutes max. We want to hear from Roy. He's one of our favorite guys to hear from. Franklin Peanut says, Paul Joseph Watson just sent on Telegram a message about diversity, meaning no more whites. Wow. I think we need to get the lexicon as well as promoting NWG out to him and his followers. Great idea, brother. Great idea. Let's make sure. I guarantee you, he did not think of diversity means no more whites on his own. I guarantee that guy did not. So that's coming from our circles. Let's make sure that more of it gets to him. Thank you. And I think that I didn't see any more tags, I don't think. And it looks like we're blank on Cash App, so that's good. And let me turn around and we will place the call. Oh, okay, Bryce. We were just celebrating Bryce as an announcement, new to making videos for White Wellbeing. He says, could you read out the updated channel name? The updated channel name for Bryce is Western Kind United. Western Kind United. Look up a channel titled Western Kind United. That's Bryce. That's who I was talking about, the El Bascador channel during the announcement. Mr. Fuker says, yeah, I was being... Okay. No worries, man. No worries. Mark's a great leader. Yeah. No worries. No, I appreciate you saying that, though, because like I said, I mean, there's endless challenges of people bad-mouthing me. So every time that somebody has something nice to say, I deeply appreciate it. So no worries. No, and I know you don't mean, I know you are a friend of Mark's as well. It's like me beating him in a video game. Just think of it that way, right? Mark would be like, you jerk, or, so that's how, and then he'll beat me in the next video. Actually, he would win all the video games because I would be puking. I can't look at video games. All right. And Bryce says, yes, the new title name is much friendlier to English speakers. Well, certainly this one, whose tongue was only newly released just last year. Rory, wonderful to hear your voice, brother. How are you?
I'm well. You appear to have had an interesting week with your conference or whatever.
Yes, it was a lot learned, and I guess, I mean, you calling in on tonight after that, it seems kind of apropos, because you have a very interesting and storied life and a wonderful wife. And so for me, you know, it's like I said, it's like the end of a segment of my life. I've just now come to accept that there are certain I don't know, maybe certain directions winds won't blow for certain people, and I've got to just move on. But what's on your mind?
Well, that's very kind of you. Very kind of you, Jason. I want to tell you about my week, actually.
Okay.
My daughter flew in from Portugal on Sunday, and under the UK COVID rules, she had to self-isolate for 10 days. Well, that was fine, because she was staying at my house. Anyway, at 8:20 a.m. on Thursday morning, I had a knock on the door from our National Health Service.
Oh boy.
And he asked he wanted to see her in person, and he wanted proof of her ID.
Oh,
so
God.
Anyway, this got on my wick a little bit. I mentioned the Gestapo to him and told him to get off my land. which he did. But, I couldn't believe it. This was an affront to my liberty, in my opinion.
Yes. And God bless you for standing up. There, you're overcome. I mean, we talk about it. You're overcoming that these the mean pathogens when you fight for liberty and freedom. It's something that is innate to our people, and we see it muted and even in what appears to be complete absence in those that are the most anti-white. They just want to give it all away to tyranny. It's amazing. Thank you for stepping up.
Well, I was wondering, what's the situation in the USA? I mean, do you have self-isolation, people flying in for 10 days or whatever?
I think it depends on the state. I don't know that there is probably the encouragement in states like New York or California, where they would probably say to people flying in from other countries, ask them or tell them, but they wouldn't be monitoring them, at least not that I have heard of, to self-isolate for so many days. I don't think that's happening in states like Virginia, and in internal flights, no issue. I mean, I was in a few states, and this past weekend, and there was no issue anywhere I went. We have when you get on into the airlines, you're into the federal territory, so you have to wear a mask. But as soon as you get away from the airports in the states that I was in, no mask wearing and no lockdown of any kind.
Right. Okay. I mean, I just can't believe the level of government control that we're now under, and no one seems to be complaining about it.
It's truly shocking, and this is the kind of thing that I've heard other content creators not talk about, and something that makes perfect sense. It's part of the thought chains that we've created here in Going Free. We're created to work this way. Didn't know anything like this would happen, and it works perfectly with this because it's created to handle any kind of a situation that we have in the future. So we talk about the absence of what we just mentioned, the absence of the resistance to tyranny that has always been demonstrated in our people. So we can say then that the reason there's this absence of this resistance to tyranny is because we are infected, we're white guilted with these anti-white ideas, and it ends up undermining what is a natural response. It is the reason why we ended up building wonderful republics and the like, and under various forms of government achieved different levels of independent freedom, and of course manifesting to whatever degree one wants to articulate the manifestation of individual liberty and freedom over the course of humanity. And but that, of course, now undermined, sickened, weakened, and therefore anti-whites are able to do the kinds of things like this that they have been doing. And so you want an end to this, we've got to put an end to anti-whiteism. this is the kind of conversation we have with friends, family, and strangers, rather than is the disease real? Is the vax real? Is the tyranny warranted? You see, you start to get into that sort of thing, and there's only, we talk about this quite a little bit, there's only so much time you have of disagreement with someone, and it's very little of disagreement time. So you've got to get them started on the conversation that gets them thinking about this from our perspective, our worldview, our story. They can then come around. The old, you can't teach a man anything. He has to learn it for himself. They can come around to thinking, yeah, exactly. Well, we're not heroic. We're not the people we used to be. And it's true. We do have all of this guilt, and we do have all of it. And now it makes sense that given any sort of future scenario context, it could be, like we're talking about disease now. It could be environmental tomorrow. It could be a threat from a comet passing by that's going to be closer than, we've had these things show up in space, and they don't see it until it's who knows? And then they can, instead of having a response that is commensurate with our biospirit and our love of liberty and individualism, we have one that is commensurate with a very sick people who are willing to capitulate to any sort of nanny state that the anti-whites could dream up. And that ends up happening by a rap on the door of Rory's house, and then wondering, we want to know everything about your daughter, where she's been and how long she's been. And that's how it ends up reaching our lives.
Well, thank God, Jason, that you and I are like-minded people, and we have a growing number of followers.
Without question. God bless you, brother. We love having you call in. Any other thoughts before we let you go?
Just one thing I better mention.
Okay.
Regarding Mark Collett. Well, it's his birthday today.
Yes. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to Mark.
Yep, happy birthday to Mark. And on Wednesday, I said a big happy birthday to. I think, was it last year that it fell on a show, and or the year before, I had a balloon for him up for his birthday. But yeah, happy. Is he 40? What? No,
41, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. Yep, he's the big 4-1. So happy birthday, and I hope it was marvelous for him and his wife and his beautiful little baby. I hope they make more. That one's so cute, and I hope they make a bunch more.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Jason, for taking my call once again.
Oh, you're so welcome, and you're welcome anytime you want, brother. God bless you. Promethean hails.
And to you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
What a champion. And we are just about out of time. Boy, see how good our people are? Down to the seconds, even when we're on different continents. That is how amazing we are. Let's see, 0022, where it says give a financial gift and receive second iteration, it has a picture of the first iteration. I think that's where the confusion on one of the orders was one time before. Yeah, so it's now iteration 2. Iteration 2 is what's up. And happy birthday to Mark Collett. I'm not going to sing to him, but a big happy birthday. And let's see. Okay, I think that's everything there. And in the live chat, tag me really quickly if I missed something from the live chat that you asked. We're going to have to jump. That is, Cash App is blank, so we didn't miss anybody there. That's important. Really quickly, why don't we get another one of these comments? And it looks like we have I don't think we got this. The Watcher financially gifted. So we'll get to that in 1 second. Jubilation Media. That's, of course, Lovely Porridge from Down Under, another one of our champs. I am glad the anti-whites, are using anti-black. It obviously follows that if someone can be anti-black, they can also be anti-white. They've spent 100 years developing the term racist so that we know that it's a sin, which only applies to white people. If they want to start claiming that white well-being is anti-black, we've exposed them and their real motives. Precisely. How could my well-being harm you unless your motive is to see me harmed? No one is going to ask, quote, Can you be anti-black against white people? No, that's called anti-whiteism. It's impossible for them to claim you can't be anti-white. You can be anti-anything, he writes. So if they want to relinquish the slur racist and use anti-black, that's a win for us. God bless you. Magnificent, Porch. What a champ. The Watcher financially gifts $10. And thank you so much, dear brother. Thank you for being here. And he writes, just a simple folk tithe. Well, you know what? It comes in at the right time because we are wrapping up and getting ready to call this gathering. But it has been it's been a long weekend. It's been a weekend of traveling and being in several states. It's been a weekend of having, for me, to accept that there is, there's a segment of the book of my life. I'm closing the door on it. I don't anticipate. If one of those guys from that environment wants to step forward and go free and support White Wellbeing, I will happily receive them. But as far as trying to talk these people into their own health, into their own well-being, out of the deleterious, the baneful, the harmful, the noxious ideas that they've employed in the past, trying to talk them out of their melancholic attitudes. I'm done. I'm just done with it. At some point, you just realize that there's some folks, no matter how much you've grown to admire, respect, and love, that there's nothing you can do for them. I've had the door closed on my face and my ideas, and I've been patient about it too many times. I've accepted indignities too many times. And so for all of those who want to continue down those paths of stupidity, violence, voting, all of these things that won't work, and all of the hairless chihuahuas that want to get in the way of me being a speaker at this or that conference or this or that group, and all the hairless chihuahuas with their small dick energy that want to get in the way of folks who have a little bit of money, financially gifting, going free. To them, all of those folks, I say, go to hell. To the rest of you, I say, let's go free. I love every single one of you. Thank you so much for being men and women of the West. Bye-bye.